as this in categories in order. And I said, Joel, can you print that off for me?
So the stuff we did yesterday for socials?
Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't get delivered to Joel last night. Recently got delivered.
It's round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. It's the home, really, where it all started. We've got a nice 3-kilometre track to get around here. Everybody loves coming to Winton. There's so much history here when it comes to the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series as well. J-Mac, the clouds are still in the sky. Yesterday, well, there was some tumultuous weather.
Yeah, it was a tough time to try and go practicing and really gain some data for a lot of our, admittedly, newbies into the TA2 category. We saw newcomer Robbie Farr coming out and getting to grips with tough conditions. So we're hoping that things today will go a little bit more to plan, but it's not all about TA2. We have a massive field today.
It's, of course, we got the Australian Excel Sprint Series coming out as well. The Formula RX8's a strong force, over 20 cars in that, and Legend Cars Australia. Well, there's always hundreds of those. We see them go 7 and 8 wide. It's only a skinny little track going into turn number 1, but they're going to bunch up. But we do have the TA2 Muscle Cars to come out as well in a strong 20-car field here this weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them. Maybe giving that lap record from 2023 a nudge. A 1 minute 24 from Brett Holdsworth in the Camaro. Let's see how close we go. We got some fast movers. The Man of Steel, one to watch out for, especially at last round.
Yeah, he was super strong, wasn't he, at the bend? That was an endurance round, I suppose, that some of the drivers want to forget, but for others, it really pushed them forward when it came to the championship. Josh Haynes, the Man of Steel, currently leading that. Graham Cheney in second. Third, Brad Gartner, but it wasn't a fantastic round, so he's got a lot of catching up to do in that sense. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, from round number 4 at the Bend Motorsport Park.
Shell V-Power Motorsport Park is round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series here in South Australia.
Well, there's 20 grand up for grabs for this weekend, but they're going to just get started. It's going to be Jared Hughes. Oh, does Brooke go around the outside? Hazelwood puts his nose in as well.
He's on a similar lap pace. He's actually faster than Brooke. He's gone 56.56.
A little bit of a lock up there in the front right.
There was a little lock up, wasn't it?
Come around the final corner, and the checkered flag is out, and Jared Hughes will take race number 2 here in the TFH Hire. TA2 Muscle Car frame by Hi-Tec Steel Framing, and we will get the pedal to the metal. It's time to hear the V8 rumble here. The outside, look at him. Zach Bates. Wow, they have filled it. Zach Bates going for an excursion in the 51. Oh no, the 22. That was the Hi-Tec Oils car. There's a big pile.
Unfolded, absolutely unfolded. Hollinger's in there, Domain Ramsey.
Nick Bates, it'll be Nick Bates.
Those in behind just had nowhere to go and plowed into Gartner. That just erupted. We go back green here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend. A little bit of side-by-side. Oh, Cox, big four-wheel drift. And they're all on pit lane except Heyman. Barber got to run down the inside of Cox. And Heyman may go with him.
Oh, look at Heyman taking full advantage here.
The gap's down to 0.8. Haynes takes the victory, but what a nail-biter. And we're about to get energetic here at the Bend with the race start for race number 5. Lights are out. Let's go racing. Heyman to the inside of Kingman to 13. Josh just struggled to get it stopped and get a turn through the centre, and it allowed Garner to pull back up alongside. This is championship contending stuff. Haynes down the inside, back into the lead. Heyman
with Excel, you'd be used to the
Haynes will get the victory here. This is the most important thing for him for the championship equation.
It's about this 125 lap, 120 kilometres to get through in these cars. The 2 young guns, the quick time, Tommy Heyman, Josh Haynes, the Man of Steel in the 37, Herzog Mustang on the outside. But we get on board here with Tim Brooke, though, in the Hi-Tec Oil 22, and already a bit of a bump and shove in turn number 1. There's a heap of them off already. Oh, Hayden Jackson as well.
We are on safety car.
The McLaren power plant fires up and they head down the main straight here. Why trying to get it stopped? Oh no! Contact. Let's hope no one else gets involved in this hold your breath with this one. He's not going to catch him as long as Heyman can hold on to this. Big round of applause to Tommy Quicksand. Heyman there gets himself a race win in the endurance. Jared Hughes and Tyler Cheney, I tell you what, $20,000 looks like it's coming their way. All thanks to TFH Hire and Hi-Tec Steel Framing. Well, the bend really did provide some exciting racing, and it moved some people around in the championship. Well, it's all going to change though, because we're here at round number 5. We've got 2 more rounds left in the championship. They're fighting it out, and it's always exciting though after qualifying when we have the TA2 Muscle Car Top 10 Shootout, and that's up right after this short break.
Across your face.
Your face can be
Yeah, if you can be in that gap, perfect. Yeah. Only if you can get there. If you can't, it's, you know. But yeah, that's good, that's good.
Okay, well we've got, yep, copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How's that? Is that working?
Well, the clouds have parted and the sun is shining through here at Winton Motor Raceway. Yes, it's round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series for 2024, and we are getting ready and set to go for our top 10 shootout in the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. They're lined up, 10 cars going to shoot out to see who's going to be on the front row to start the race off this afternoon. Let's head down to Jared McLean and Pitts to talk to our drivers.
Here with the man who qualified in 10th place, Jason Pride, on the bubble. Tell me, what's the strategy here? 1 lap pace, is that your strength?
I hope so. We're about to find out. We're just, yeah, we've got nothing to lose, so we've had a fairly big swing at the car, and yeah, we'll see what we got.
Mate, it has been a very tumultuous weekend with weather conditions. Tell me, today must agree with you a little more.
Oh yeah, it's much nicer than driving these things in the wet, especially it's our first time here at Winton. So yeah, nice to get some dry running in, and yeah, really pumped to be in the shootout.
Great stuff, mate. Over to Mel.
Mark Bailey, this is your first top 10 shootout. How are you feeling?
Pretty all right. It's only 1 lap, so it's a quick time, hopefully. And yeah, just need to make sure not to overdrive the car and keep it all together.
So you were right in the middle of the top 10 in practice this morning, P6. Have you found a bit more time between now and then?
Hopefully. It was tricky conditions yesterday in practice with all the wet weather and all the rain. the track's definitely going to be evolving and getting more rubber. So yeah, we'll definitely find more time.
Okay, back to you guys.
Haynes, he was our top qualifier and will be coming out last in the top 10 shootout. Josh, an early hot lap and a pretty relaxed qualifying session. 1 lap pace. I asked a question to Jason Pride. Is it your strength?
Yeah, look, it can be anyone's strength, but of course it can also be anyone's weakness. So yeah, got to get out there. Obviously want to put everything on the line and get a good lap, but also don't want to be silly and lose some positions. So yeah, I'll go out there, have a crack, pluck some gears, and yeah, see what the Herzog Steel Mustang is capable of.
I don't think there's much more to add to that. Best of luck.
Thanks very much. Thanks for everyone at home.
I tell you what, Josh Haynes, he's had the one-liners written down all year. He's been trying to pull them out every interview. That was serious. I mean, they were pretty relaxed in qualifying, just saying they knew they had the time. The only one in the 124. So we'll wait and see how he goes. He's going to be the last car out, but this is pretty exciting. Jason Pride has made the change over from a dirt track racer to come circuit racing. Look, he does plenty of motorsport, really, but he's in the top 10 shootout, and this is something different for him. We haven't seen him in this position this year.
Well, let's just go back to Hainesy quickly with the top 10. He knows that you can go from hero to zero. Like, it's a 1 lap. No pressure. Lots of pressure. So, yeah. Pridey's done a really good job. So he's had a bit of seat time in these cars over in Western Australia, along with the other Western Australians that have joined us throughout the championship. Background in sprint car racing. Really, really nice guy. He's actually an expat Kiwi. I didn't actually know that. And look, one of the coolest things for me, and look, this is a bit fanboying for me, is he's got Kyle Larson driving one of his sprint cars over in Western Australia in the new year. So that's pretty cool.
That's amazing, really, when you look at that sort of person that you're going to bring over from the States who's done a bit of everything over there. But look, he's got to put all that aside right now because he has to put one flying lap together. He's already in 10th position. He's guaranteed himself a 10th position start, but maybe he can work his way back through the field. And we've seen it a number of times through the top 10 shootout here where our 10th fastest driver in qualifying comes out and ends up in 6th or 7th, maybe even better than that. And he's about to get this lap underway. He's had 1 lap to put the heat in the Hoosiers. The green flag is out, and Pridey, well, he's going to put the pedal to the metal. How does he go into turn number 1?
He was in a pretty good battle with Robbie Farr, actually, for the top 10. Robbie's qualified in the 12th position, and Robbie actually drove one of Jason's cars over in WA as well. So, you know, they know each other really, really well. So that was cool to watch in qualifying. Jason just dropped the left rear off. Just drop the left rear off there a little bit. We'll have a look at the splits. We've got the split times. 3 sector splits here at Winton Motor Raceway, heading up towards through turn number 5. Now, this sequence here is pretty much just flow, and momentum. Hard on the brakes up to turn 7, probably down to first gear. First sector goes 20 laps so far, Matt.
I think that's what we're finding here. Is it's when you start going through that 7, 8 and 9, you really have to try and not excite the back tyres, not too much accelerator, get as much drive as possible as they come out. You'll come round though, turn number 10, he's only got 2 more to go, 2 right-handers.
One thing I forgot about the sprint car guys, they're used to 1 lap time trialling, 1 or 2 laps, so they're actually used to this pressure.
It's the right-hand corners that get them.
That does tend to be a little bit more of an issue.
Oh, here we go. Let's wait for the times to come up. Pride's going to be our first car out of the top 10 shootout. And what time will he lay down for us as he completes his lap? And he'll go 127.90. So it's not quite where he was during qualifying. But remember, only 1 lap to get the Hoosiers up to temperature. We normally see lap 3 or 4 where they really come on strong.
Yeah, and the air temperatures, we're up a couple of degrees from earlier on this morning with the qualifying session. So that was at 16 degrees air temp. We're up to 18, and we've lost a little bit of that cloud cover, so there is some blue sky above us, but there is a fairly stiff breeze. Looking at the flags here on the front straight, pretty much a headwind coming down out of the final corner on the approach to turn number 1. There's Collier. Now, he couldn't have left his run until any later than he tried, because it was literally his last lap, and within probably a minute of the checkered flag in qualifying to get him into that 9th position.
Yeah, he just made it in right in the final moments of the qualifying session, didn't he? But the TFH High guys, we've seen Todd Hazelwood come through there, various other drivers. Elliot Barb was driving for him at the bend. So they've got data, the crew are there. What changes have they made to this car, though, in this little break they've had since that qualifying session a couple of hours ago? We'll wait and find out, Des. We'll just see how he goes. He'll be coming up to this sector number 1, and does it look like he is going to be a little bit quicker through here? Oh, no. I think... Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he's just come through a little bit quicker, 26.44. So
4 tenths up in the first sector.
up on
now,
Pride.
The thing here, Des Collier, this is just his 3rd ever race meeting in TA2. He debuted at Queensland Raceway. So it's just his 3rd ever meeting in TA2. So he's doing a really, really good job. There is a lot of experience in that TFH hire pit. Matt Black was formerly with Stone Brothers Racing going back in the day. He's one of the expat Kiwi boys that I know very, very well. And Peter Cunliffe, who's a long-time New Zealand motorsport engineer, he's also part of the team now as well. And I'm pretty sure he's engineering Des Collier in the 63 TFH hire Mustang.
Well, it's a 1:26.8 he did during the qualifying session. We're expecting those times to be just a little bit slow with this 1 lap dash.
Good lap. He's half a tenth. Half a tenth. 1:26.43. 1:26.43. What did he qualify at?
Just having a look here. It looks like he went through for a 1:26.80. So he's actually gone
He's
quicker.
eclipsed. He has gone better. All right, John Hollinger out on track next in the 23.
Now, he was actually impressively quick at the bend too last round, and he put some laps together, John Hollinger. So I'm not surprised to see him in the top 10 here. He might be able to pull one together. And again, have people using green tyres, or we saw someone just go out and just take the top off a few tyres for a few laps in that qualifying session.
Yeah, they'll be on their best set here right now, and there were a few of those like Haynes that only did 3 laps. Some of them left their runs a little bit later on. Some went out on an older tyre, got the temperature up with everything, and then came in and put a new set of tyres on and then went out. So we saw some later qualifiers during the run. So eyes on here, the Hollinger Engineering number 23 Camaro. I was really impressed with Chase Hoy in this car at the Bend in South Australia. That young guy really, really can pedal one of these cars.
He's just behind Collier, though, when it comes to the first sector time, 1/10 down.
I thought Collier's was a very, very good lap. You know, considering it's his 3rd ever race meeting in TA2, that was actually very, very well put together.
Well, Hollinger's going to have to put sector 2 and 3 together if he wants to hold on to that 8th position, or try and improve on that. It is a 1-lap wonder. You've got to get it done. Other people could make mistakes as well, but when you're starting the top 10 shootout off, you really need to lay down your best time that you possibly can. John Hollinger will come round turn number 10, heads down to the final. 2 right-handers here at Winton Motor Raceway. 3 kilometres to get around. Well, it's 2.99, 12 corners, and here are the final 2 for this lap.
When I first looked at that sequence there out of the last 2 corners, I thought it was very similar to 4 and 5 at QR, but it's actually a lot more separation between the corners as Jason Pride looks on from pit lane, and Hollinger goes 1:26.12 and goes fastest.
Well, there you go. Impressive sector 2 time too. So that is the best second sector we've seen, and he only just missed out on sector 3 on Collier as well. So he's been really impressive through the middle section of that lap.
Considering he was a 10th down on Collier in the first sector. So that's a good second part of the lap for Hollinger. So at the moment, he is quickest.
Well, Aaron Prosser, he's another new name when it comes to team. All fast in the top 10 shootout, aren't they? But Aaron Prosser probably got some points to claw back after Adelaide, and I expect to see him really try and push this Mustang all the way.
Just his 2nd ever race meeting in TA2. He debuted at the Bend. So with the background, a little bit of speedway stuff with Mod Lights. He's raced RX8s. Actually, I'm pretty sure he was an ex-Mod Light speedway champion, Australian champion. He's raced RX8s. He was a little bit quiet at the Bend. He was trying to learn the motor racing circuit first and foremost, but did a really good job and got quicker right throughout the weekend. This weekend he's actually got Chris Pither engineering with him and doing some driver training. So, you know, Chris Pither with a lot of experience. He's based down here in Victoria, and you walk into the Prosser pit and it's just all Kiwi accents. There's Kiwis everywhere.
You'd be loving it down there. You're just going down there to talk about home.
I don't sound like them anymore.
He's coming out of turn number 4. It's nice and clear at this point. Whoa, the car just has to catch it as it slides out of turn number 4 for a moment there.
26.3. He's gone fastest. Purple to the first sector, so he is fastest right now. Nice and smooth so far, and for his first ever top 10, we got a fair bit of curb at the apex. That was 7.
drove the car wide, didn't he, too? So they'll have to try and recoup that. This could really hurt him in the middle sector at the moment, and those times are going to come up very shortly. Can he stay in front? That first sector was absolutely phenomenal. Got himself a nice advantage, and he's actually done pretty good out of that to recover there, Prosser. And he's the second fastest.
2.5 tenths down on Hollinger's second sector, so he has lost a little bit of time in that middle sector, and I reckon that little curve moment has sucked a little bit of exit speed over the backside of the circuit. Or a little bit of exit oversteer out of 11.
Oh, the Hoosiers, they're complaining, aren't they? He is really torturing them.
And he got a lot of curb. He got a lot of curb out of the final corner as well, and goes fastest with a 1:26.0010.
Well, this is the stories unfolding so far. We're not seeing anyone leapfrog a position at the moment. But at the moment, we'll see Aaron Prosser take the provisional pole position. But we've still got 6 cars to come out in this top 10 shootout. Now, Mark Bailey, very new name. Haven't seen him in a top 10 shootout. The first time ever. How does he approach this one?
Well, he's done a really good job. He got involved in a couple of things earlier on in the championship rounds that he was a part of. We know the Jack's colours actually from last season with the Hi-Tec Super Series, where he raced the Toyota Yaris GR at Morgan Park in the Queensland Production Racing Championship. So he stepped out of that into a 550 horsepower fire-breathing Camaro, and beautifully presented car. And again, another quiet-mannered young guy.
Right on the edge of grip at the moment as he breaks into 3, the right-hander.
That's just battled with some understeer there through 3, but he had a little correction off the backside of the exit of 2, so it might just compromise this opening sector split. Bailey goes, oh no it doesn't, goes 26.1, so he's gone 2 tenths quicker than Prosser's best. So he's on the edge, definitely on the edge.
Middle sector though, does he get through here? That looks a little bit cleaner than Prosser. Can he hold on to this one? Mark Bailey in his top 10 shootout.
Didn't get so much of the curb that Prosser got through there. Little bit of exit oversteer out of turn number 9, waiting for the second sector. So he's fastest. He's 3 tenths down on Hollinger's middle sector. So not the fastest bite. So this will actually be pretty close, I reckon, with Prosser potentially.
He's going to come down to this final sector. He was 100th off Prosser's, but he had that 2 tenths up in the first sector. A bit of an advantage there. We can hear the Hoosiers. They're squealing again. They are screaming as he pushes the number 12, Bailey. What is the time going to be? Can he beat a 26.01? Goes 1:25. Yep. The first one to get in there.
1:25.880. So a good conclusion to the lap. Lost some time in the middle sector. Mr. Crutcher with Jordan Cox on the radio, winding him up. He's been funny to talk to. Well, he's always funny to talk to, but he seems in an even better mood than he is normally so far this weekend. And so he qualified in the 5th position, and for a little while there he was actually P3.
He's unpredictable. Well, that's not going to help him there. He's grabbed a whole heap of curve.
That's a different line. You'll find a few of the guys are doing that. Some of them will stay off that curve, but with these bigger tired cars and the Penske shock package in them, they are a lot better over the curbs, and there have been some changes around Winton Motor Raceway with some new curves around the track. So, and some of the drivers have found that out the hard way. But yeah, that was very, very similar to what we saw from Bailey just with that. It just gets the right rear up. So all eyes on Mark Crutcher here in the beautiful number 4 Crutcher Development Mustang.
Well, he's Mr. Unpredictable, and he's gone fastest in the first sector.
26.1150, so he's 200ths quicker than Bailey. That's impressive.
Mr. Unpredictable he is.
Mr. Smooth at the moment. Mr. Smooth.
I can't predict where he's going to come when it comes to his speed. I can't predict what he's going to say when it comes out of his mouth, but he's doing a fantastic job. This second sector will really tell us if he's going to be in the fight. Can he hold on to that 5th? Maybe he can leapfrog somebody, because we did see him a little bit quicker earlier on in practice. Oh, he goes to 31.05, which is a little bit slower in that middle sector than we've seen from the previous 3.
Holland just smashed that middle sector, but with a 30.6, so he's actually nearly 4 tenths down in that second sector. So the majority of the cars that have gone out for this top 10 shootout have actually lost time. Oh, he lost the rear, and he didn't quite get it turned in. He probably missed getting that turned in by nearly a car width, so that's going to suck some time out of it. On the run down to the line, can Crutcher go faster?
He's going to drop back a position on
P4.
126.31.
Lost some time in that last sector. Definitely lost some time in that last sector.
So that'll actually put him back a couple of positions. Oh, I'm having a look at that. 26.3. That's going to push him right back.
What did he qualify in?
Fifth he came out originally.
He was in the 25s, yeah. So definitely he couldn't get it stopped, and it actually just skipped the rear out on the approach to 11, and that sort of messed up getting to 12 because he was offline, on board with the TFH hire number 169, Josh Thomas. In the last few weeks, he and Diesel and some of the other boys and Matt Black went up to Europe with him to Donington Park and raced in the UK Fun Cup. So they were a space race Volkswagen Beetle bodied car with a Renault in the back of them, and they raced over like 9 hours over a couple of days at Donington Park. Donington's a pretty cool racetrack. Really enjoyed the experience. They've already booked their date for an upcoming race with the same cars for 25 hours around Spa in Belgium. Bucket list, tick.
I don't know what's more impressive, 25 hours and just going to Spa to race.
What an experience. All right, so Josh has done a really good job so far this weekend. He's doing double duty with the Mustang and TA2, and he's also on debut with the RX-8s this weekend. There's 3 RX-8s out of the TF8 stable. So what can Josh Thomas do? He went P4 in qualifying, which was a very, very good effort. 26.41 to the split, so he's 3/10 down on Crutcher, so he's lost a little bit of time early.
Yeah, it might not be his strong point, sector number 1. We'll see how he goes in the middle, because that... And we'll have to wait and see who is going to be the driver that does that and comes out on top.
I think there was a little hint of a rear lockup up into 7. Just watching the onboard. Plucking through the gears.
Oh, fantastic sector 2. Look at him in
sector 2. He has smashed sector 2. 30.25, 4/10 quicker than Hollinger, who was the previous best. So he's found time in that middle sector.
And he's nearly 4/10 up now on the overall lap speed. So can he bring it home? Sector 3. One more corner to get through.
Look at that curve. So he got a heap of it. It may not have unsettled it. It was barely wide off. Down to the line. Can Josh Thomas go fastest? Yes, he does, with a 25.783. And I reckon that could have been just a shade quicker. I reckon that last moment over the curb just unsettled that car enough, and it was fairly wide off the exit on the run down to the flag, but he still goes fastest considering he lost time in the first sector.
And that's a 10 faster than what he did in the previous
That's a good effort.
session, so
and I think it could have been faster again.
Ray Gardner in the 22, Hi-Tec Oils Camaro now. These guys went out early, did a couple of laps, they were second fastest for a long time until Graham Cheney just got there, but they were scrubbing tyres and prepping for this.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure they're on a scrub set for this one. So again, you go out and scrub them, take the release agent off the top of these hoosies and go. I don't think he showed everything he had in qualifying. He didn't need to. He just needed to get into the 10. He was only 1,200 slower than Haynes in P3 practice here yesterday afternoon. That's a nice run. That car looked very, very settled through 1 and 2.
Oh, he had a moment there last year actually where he planted the car into that barrier. So he's got through that part of the track really nicely. He's done a lot of laps in Winton 300, so things like that.
26.11 is the benchmark sector 1. That's Crutcher. 26.00 goes faster by a 10th. That just shows you how good Crutcher's first sector was. Brad's only a 10th quicker.
Well, yesterday in practice, he actually had the fastest sector time across all the drivers. He just didn't put it together in one lap. So can he do it? Because he's under the pressure at the moment. He's had, you know, some really rounds with some bad luck. He's had some really good rounds like Morgan Park. He had a clean sweep, but he needs to keep in the championship fight here, and to do that, he needs to get wins on the board. Starting off the front row would be a start for that.
Goes 30.16 to the second sector split, and that's another 10th improvement over Josh Thomas this time.
Half a second in front at this point on this lap. That's a big lap.
So there could be a high 24 in this if it can get the last corner sorted. Little correction through the middle. Gardner down to the stripe. Can he crack into the 24s?
Wow.
Yeah, can he? What, that last sector? Wow. A 28.4 in the last sector and a 24.634. Was there a 24 in there? Hell yeah.
Yeah, 24.9 from Josh Haynes in our first qualifying session. Now, no, he went in early. They might be prepared for this. Graham Cheney, well, he's not always qualifying on that front row. He's been second and third row quite a bit throughout the season, but his racecraft, he's second in the championship at the moment. Obviously leading the pro class, which is the 30 to 50-year-old category here for the TA2 Muscle Cars, so the number 51 out of PhD Developments. This thing is super quick, it's super reliable. They prepare this car phenomenally well, Paul Hadley and the crew there. So let's wait and see if Cheney can put this lap together. He'll be on the radio. I'm sure they haven't told him the lap that Brad Gartner's done because you don't want to put too much pressure on this one. But look at the 51, holds onto the edge of the tyre, just over the edge of the ripple strip coming out of 2.
Cheney's been there or thereabouts over the last couple of seasons, but this year I really think he's taken that next step and arguably the biggest improver in TA2 in Australia. You know, he's done such a good job. 25.78 to the split. So he's just taken nearly 2/10 off Gartner's previous belt.
Oh, no, he's off.
He went off. He was up at the split. We're looking at the timing, and he's disappeared a long way off the racetrack. Where's that? That's through
that's coming out of 5,
5 to 6. 5 to 6. Oh, wow. Wow, we were sort of looking at the timing monitors going, wow, a 25.7, and while that was happening, he's exiting stage right. Here's the replay. Little turn in there, and it just lost the rear. It had a little bit of turn and understeer, and it just kept sliding because the infield's still quite wet from the wet conditions here yesterday, and actually had a decent thunderstorm here last night as well. So unfortunately for Graham Cheney, potentially that has him back in the 10th position with Josh Haynes to come.
Right now, I'm going to say he's going to go to 10 because Josh Haynes is going to have to make a really terrible error there to be out of this one.
But that first sector from Cheney, so a 25.7 is now the benchmark. So if Josh can get to that, there's potentially a really, really low 24 as Cheney will complete the lap. He will not be happy with himself. And that time blows out to a 1:42.0980. So qualified second, he will be minimum 5th row.
Minimum. Josh Haynes, I don't think it's upset his run though because he would have come out a little bit later. It hasn't meant he's had to slow down. He'll get the chance to put the Herzog Steel 37 Mustang, get those Hoosiers nice and warmed up for this one flying lap. Brad Gartner, well, he's thrown absolutely everything out, including the kitchen sink. A 1:24.63 is the number to beat. This man did a 1:24.9 when it came to our first qualifying session.
And did it easily.
He did it in the first 8.5 minutes, and they shut the car down.
3 laps putt. 3 laps putt. So it hasn't used a lot of time, but needs that first sector split. So Cheney was on one heck of a lap. Beautiful through 1 and 2. It just glided over that second curve. Car sitting very, very nicely on the racetrack. The Hi-Tec boys do a beautiful job in preparation with this team.
Definitely been a great partnership with Aaron Tebb and the Hi-Tec boys this season for the 37. I mean, he's been the bridesmaid a couple of times in the championship. He's leading it coming into this round.
25.65. He goes a 10th quicker than Cheney. This is where Cheney made the mistake. He gets through there. 25.65. So he has just gone 3.5 tenths quicker than Gartner to the first sector split.
Yeah, I'm having a look at it on our screen. Look at that.
There's a low 24 coming here, folks.
He's travelling nicely through here. It's nice and smooth at the moment. Can he just keep that wheel down and not get too much wheel spin? Looks like he has on the exit. Wait for that. He's still 3 tenths in front. Not quite as fast as that sector.
Wasn't as fast as Gartner in the second sector. A 30.2 versus a 30.1. So he lost a 10th, but he's still up. So potentially there is probably a 24.4, maybe a 3 if he smashes this last sector. Does he get the curb? See, he's off the curb. That's a different line to what we've seen with some of the other cars. Haynes down to the line and goes fastest with a 1:24.374.
Well, I tell you what, he is collecting Kubota Pole Awards, isn't he? He is collecting them this season. Josh Haynes, you can see his dad there, Steve. They are congratulating the Waltech crew. Get themselves another pole position after a top 10 shootout. And it's the young guns who are in the championship fight who are going to be on the front row again. These guys had an epic battle at the Bend just 4 weeks ago for round number 4, and they're going to continue it here in round number 5. Josh Haynes will take out your pole award there. The number 37 Herzog Steel entry. Brett Gartner in second, not too far behind. Then it's Josh Thomas, Mark Bailey, Aaron Prosser, John Hollinger in sixth, and it's Mark Crutcher, Des Collier, Jason Pride and Graham Cheney with such an impressive first sector, but unfortunately just couldn't pull the car up. It slid out just a moment out of turn 5, and he has gone off, and that's why we see him on the final row of the top 10. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, from our top 10 shootout here. The Kubota Pole Award goes, obviously, to Josh Haynes, but there was plenty to unfold when we look at all that. There was some people there who were really fast through certain sectors.
Through 1 and 2. And then he aced that first sector, and then unfortunately has made the mistake on the run through to 5 to 6. Jason Pride was the first of the cars out, and he did a really solid job in what I'm pretty sure is his first top 10 shootout for the Western Australian.
Yeah, then we had Des Collier, obviously, in the 63. Just snuck himself into the top 10 shootout in the final moment. So they're still trying to find something in that car just to get him that next level. Mark Crutcher, well, always unpredictable. With the number 4, I tell you what, he had a couple of moments throughout this, but he was quick in certain sectors.
Yeah, he just had a little lock up there and lost the rear on the approach to 11, and it just killed the last sector. Hollinger was impressive. For the majority of that top 10 shootout, he was actually fastest comfortably in the second sector until some of the real quick boys came towards the end.
Well, he's jumped himself up 2 positions, and so has Aaron Prosser as well. Now up to 5th position after that shootout. He started out of 7th, and I tell you what, showing that he's got a lot of ability behind the wheel of that Mustang.
Mark Bailey, he put a nice lap together as well.
Well, you've got to hold on to the pressure, don't you? I mean, he did absolutely nothing wrong. A couple of drivers had unfortunate moments throughout this, which has pushed them further back. Mark Bailey, though, just keeps pushing on that Jack's Tyres entry. And then it was Josh Thomas. Well, we know he can steer one of these cars. He's doing double duties this weekend, so he definitely knows the track.
I thought that had just a little brief lock-up, because then on turn and it had a little bit of understeer, which just sort of knocked that second sector time out. Then Gartner came out, and he was fast. We knew he was going to be fast, but unfortunately for Brad Gartner and the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro, he wasn't as fast as this guy.
Well, he's been super fast all season, really. I mean, where have we not seen him take out the pole award when it comes to this race? And there's only been a couple of rounds where he hasn't done this. 37, obviously Waltech, the association they've had this year has been super impressive, and I think it's the consistency of the car that he's had as well. Let's head down to pit lane, though, with our pole winner.
Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel Mustang, pole sitter once again and recipient of $1,000 thanks to Kubota. Congratulations. There was the potential for it all to go from 0 to 0, but you've come out on top.
Yeah, those shootouts are pretty tricky. Obviously, you got to put it all on the line, but be smart about it. So I saw Brad Simon sitting there with the phone looking at his time, and I was like, righto, it's on here. So went out, put it all on the line. It's hard. It's hard to find your limits, obviously, with a limited amount of time to get all the temps up. So Herzog Steel Mustang was absolute jet. The whole team at Waltech has done an awesome job. I can't do it without these blokes, so that's what makes the car so quick. So thanks to the team, thanks to everyone. Yeah, looking forward to a good race this afternoon.
Just a quick aside, that was a sub-lap record there. You've shaved about 100th and a half off it.
Yeah, it's obviously with the rain, the track's still pretty unpredictable because there's not much grip. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Obviously, that's a good start to the weekend. Hopefully we can keep it going.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Oh, look, he just takes it in his stride, doesn't he? Josh Haynes?
Mr. Carmen collected.
Just another one to add to the wall. I tell you what, plenty more excitement coming your way here as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Don't go too far. We'll be back after this short break. Back here at Winton Motor Raceway for round number 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. What an impressive TA2 muscle car framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. Of course, the top 10 shootout, Josh Haynes, victorious once again, but some highlights there. Graham Cheney, although it turned 5, he dropped the wheel and went off, and that's caused him to start out of 10th. He's super quick, so, you know, he could really charge through the field in the opening few corners.
He has to. He's second in the points. Simple as that.
Brad Gardner, he's a stretch away. He's 115 points out of the championship. I tell you what, though, a perfect weekend is 240 points, so he can still fight on. How much does Josh Haynes, though, want to get involved in that Brad Gardner, though, clash? Because Josh Haynes has missed out on the title by just a little bit each year. Like, he's just missed out, and he needs to stay in that title fight. Brad Gardner, if he lets him have a few points each race, it's not really going to affect him at this point.
All right, so while we're still talking about TA2, Matt caught up with Brett Nile down in the pits earlier on in the weekend.
Here with Brett Nile, with a background in endurance racing, switching the European racing calendar to come over and race TA2s. I mean, that's, shall we say, in the past. TA2 is where we've seen you for this round and Tailem Bend. You raced 2 rounds last season. Tell me, what is it about these big, brutish V8s that you really love?
Yeah, firstly, these cars, yeah, I really enjoy racing the TA2. The movement on the tyre, the way you can throw the car around. And like I said, I had to have an endurance background. That was some time ago. But, yeah, I have to switch it up, I guess, turn on to get the car for that 1-lap pace. So I just have to work on that.
Taking some breaks away from TA2 racing for a while, tell me, is it like a brave new world coming back in, slotting into the cockpit and trying to put together a whole weekend's campaign?
We've teamed up with Waltech, so I guess the car's always ready to go. That's always a good start. We can just arrive with your helmet and jump in. But yeah, my goal is really just to have fun. So and I'm comfortable in most race cars. So.
Well, goals here for this weekend. Is there a particular time? You say you want to have fun, but tell me, is there a lap time that you want to beat? You raced here, I believe, pre-COVID.
Yeah, 2020. I did. It was actually my first TA2 race. Came over. I think the competition was a lot different then. I was probably top. I think I was top 5. Realistically, I'd like to be in the top 10 this weekend. So see how I go.
Talking about that competition, the guys that are up at the pointy end, they are incredibly well versed. Of course, one of the Waltech ponies in the stable, the Herzog Steel Mustang, that thing is an absolute dynamite machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I think a good advantage being able to see Josh's data and Josh's video, which definitely helps. He's super quick, and so are a couple of the other guys up there at the front.
Well, we're looking forward to your weekend, mate. Best of luck in the Tribridge Holdings Camaro. Fingers crossed.
Cool, thank you.
Well, he was just outside that 10, Brett Nile, so he's got a little bit of work to do this weekend, but a great competitor and great to have him all the way from West Australia over here racing. Now, something that's a little bit different in the power-to-weight ratio, Jamie?
Just a little bit.
Some karts are coming out on track at the moment, but these aren't just your average go-kart.
No, they don't like us calling them go-karts. Yeah, so we have got the pleasure of having the Victoria Superkart series here, and going through the grid for this first Group 1 race. So these karts are all 125cc Rotax, FR125 Rotaxes. They're direct drive, they do have a centrifugal clutch. Water-cooled, electric start around the 30 horsepower mark. So this is a round of the Victorian series. And we've also got 3 Kiwis over this weekend that have been contesting the Australian Rotax Road Racing Championships. This is the second round of the Australian Championship. So there's a fair bit going on across this field. We have 3 categories of karts. Unfortunately, the 78 doesn't look like it's going to make a start. That's Doug Savage getting just pushed off into the side of the exit of pit lane by the looks of it. So the 78's not going to take any further part in this one. So we should have at least 27 karts out there. It'll be a separated start with the lights and the heavies with a couple of different groups. So we've got 3 different categories in amongst the 125 Rotaxes: lights, heavies and super heavies for more generously proportioned drivers like me, Matt.
Sounds like we're actually at the bottle-o. That's...
So look, very, very different to sprint racing, where I've had a lot to do with that over the years, mainly over in New Zealand. I bumped into a mate of mine, Ryan Urban, down in the pits yesterday, walked past each other, we looked at did the double take, and He went, Jamie? I went, Ryan? Yeah, so I haven't seen Ryan for probably 8 or 9 years. One of New Zealand's best. He's over here running 3 of the young Kiwis in there, and they're contesting the Australian Rotax National Series, of which this is the second round. And one of the boys in the 90, which is Ryan's normal race number, Tyler Edney's actually qualified in the 3rd position. I'm pretty sure he's 2nd overall in the championship. So the first carts to the line will be our light category. So it's based on weight, driver and kart. The heavies obviously will be heavier than the light category. I'm not exactly sure of the weight breaks. And then we've got the super heavier class, again, allowing for the bigger guys and girls to be able to race against the weight category that they're similar to, because weight does make a lot of difference with these cars.
Well, Kapinti will get out the number 1 after the first 2 corners there, and the number 93 in this lightweight division, and he's going to continue on with the pace that they've set earlier. A little bit wide there. I did see a wheel just drop from one of our competitors. Looks like they might have held on to this one, but now, here we go. It's going to be the Max Heavy, and these Super Heavies are lined up in the background, and they get their race start underway, and they're already starting to push a little.
So the reason the separation is because they don't want the light guys getting... Some of the heavy guys are really, really super quick. So momentum is key, and sometimes that weight can be an advantage in this style of racing as opposed to sprint racing. So I think the best of the heavies, McIntyre, the current number 1, he actually qualified 6th overall. So they don't want the heavy guys getting amongst the lights and tearing their points up and vice versa. So that's why they have the grid separation through the field. So back to the head, and Edney back up into 2nd. Occupancy still out in front. So in qualifying, these guys were in the 129s. They were only 4 seconds slower than the TA2s at that stage of the day. They're 30 horsepower and 125cc.
Yeah, the power to weight ratio, I mean, it's not phenomenal, isn't it? But it's they definitely make it work for them. I think, you know, like being able to take the corners at a very high speed as well. Like, look at the aggression as they come into this turn number 1. There is no brake. They barely lift off the accelerator.
That's a big pass from Edney. So that was the advantage of the draft. So with these road racing panels and the wings and fairings and that on them, it's all about the ability to draft. Oh, they're going to go side by side. It's good racing already.
Pereira in the 98 just before, he went over the ripple strip. That has got to be rough in these carts.
Do not want to be on the ripple strip in one of these carts, or any cart for that matter, because they have made some changes to some of the curbs around Winton Motor Raceway in the last couple of months, and they are very, very different and a lot bigger in some places. You definitely don't want to get on the curbs in this style of racing. So these carts are very, very different to the sprint categories. They're a lot longer wheelbase. Some of them are modified sprint chassis. Some of them are purpose-built, start from scratch chassis specifically for road racing. The fairings are a lot bigger for road racing, and obviously the circuits are a lot bigger, so they slow the steering down. The Ackerman, the caster, very, very different setups to what I'm used to with sprint racing.
He's not going to get the run though. That is not going to happen at this point. So our light's still out in front. We haven't seen any of our Maxes and our super heavies start to catch up to that lead pack. I doubt we will see that. The speed's very, very similar from some of our front runners. Here we go. The lights pulls out the 93. It is this time.
Yes.
Ocapinti.
He's just done what Edney did to hit him on the previous lap. So we talked about it earlier on the day with qualifying. With this style of racing and the aero and the ability to draft, you don't necessarily want to be leading out of that last corner on the last lap. So at the moment, this is like a 100-mile-an-hour game of chess. They're just sizing each other up to see where one or the other is better, how good they are at drafting, how good they're able to be drafted, because that's one of the things. They can't disturb the air enough behind them, so you can actually get a run and a draft from probably 4 to 5 kart lengths back.
We've opened up a tiny little gap here. It's not going to be enough. That is going to come together really quickly. But have a look.
Edney with a very different line. He closed right up.
Pereira now, though. He is starting to catch up onto the back of this one. It was pretty quick when it came to qualifying as well. Ended up not too far down, Pereira. I'm just having a look. He actually ended up... Well, he's come out of the... I'm just having a look where he ended up. He was second fastest. So he had a shocking start.
Yeah, he didn't get the best of start. So Sanuja Pereira, He was alluding to in an earlier interview that he actually had a practice crash, got together with someone else, and the car wasn't quite 100%. So he's now starting to sort of come back forward and trying to be a part of this group. Halfway through, they're all just having a quick look over the shoulders to see where the next guy is. So Edney, can he get a run here and look for the pass? No, I think he's just content. He knows he's already been able to get by the 93, and likewise the 93 went by Edney on the previous lap. So this little game of chess just continues on here. Going back to the heavy boys, the first of the heavies is the number 1 of Colin McIntyre and the Woodgate chassis. So the 93 out in front, that's another Woodgate. So that's Russ Occupancy. So I'm thinking Woodgate's probably one of the locally made chassis, and that'll be a purpose-built one rather than a modified sprint one. And there will be some karts in amongst this that are probably the original wheelbase and the sprint configuration as well, just with the different fairings and that on them. Other than that, engine-wise, exactly the same engines as the FR125s in the sprint racing categories.
Just looking at the super heavies, Rod Clark looked like he's leading that in the number 27 at the moment as well. So he's holding out a few of those behind him. He's come out of 3rd position off that start too, Rod Clark. Oh, sorry, 5th position. So he's made it up 4 positions. So he's doing really well in the super heavies. But we head back to our lightweights now. It looks like back in front, the number 90 of Edney has got the move done again. But how long will he stay there for?
Well, he's just found another place to pass because it wasn't on the main straight down into 1 and 2 as Occupancy had a sneaky little half look up the inside. What impresses me with these karts, with the first of them that we saw through the weekend with the 125s and the 250s to come, is how fast they are down through 1 and 2. With a touring car, you're on the brakes at about 60 metres to get the thing stopped and turned. Listen to this. There's no braking there. They just fire the thing through 1 and 2 as to how small they are and how much bigger this circuit is than a sprint circuit. Occupancy back up the inside. Now back in 5th with Pereira, we were talking about him. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, and he's done it back to back over 2 laps, 1:29.5, and I'm pretty sure that's actually just about, if not faster than what they qualified. What did Occupancy qualify at?
1:28.91.
Not quite. Okay,
not quite.
So it was in the 28s, but not far off qualifying pace.
I don't think they're going to be close enough. He is catching in each lap, unless these three guys come together, though.
Yeah, if they start having a battle like they're doing now, and then 4th and 5th, they're going to start closing that gap very, very shortly.
Well, we are on the 2nd last lap of this race as well, so the corners are starting to dwindle where they're going to get their opportunities. They're not going to have too many more straights to do it, so they've got to take them when they come up. But back in front, the 93 Occupancy. Now a tiny little bit of a gap that may be advantageous in this final lap. That all goes away, though, with just a little bit of braking market difference.
Edney on the approach to 11 is very, very strong. Right, does he show his hand now and try and get a little bit of a break, or is he happy enough to sit there? Is there a long enough run out of that final corner to get to there and get to the lead? I don't think we're going to know until the last lap. Edney looks pretty comfortable sitting where he is. And 4th and 5th, actually, is Pereira. One of them's dropped off. There were 5 in that lead group.
It's Veld, I think.
So Veld's had a moment somewhere. And
is the wing down on?
Yeah, Pereira. I saw that earlier on too. I thought that the rear wing, some of them run wings, some of them don't. Some of them run the rear wing uprights, and some of them don't. But for the majority, they're quite different. So they've definitely dropped off Veld. If that's him there in 5th, he's still on track, but he's had a moment, obviously, out there on that last lap. So last lap run, Edney, has he got anything for Occupancy? He's probably in the better position. Is he close enough? Occupancy's got his head down. He's actually got probably the biggest gap he's had during the race.
Well, we come down. 2 more right-handers left to go. So they come out of turn number 10. He's been super strong into turn 11, Edney.
Yeah.
Will he have a dive?
Occupancy had a look over his shoulder. Edney within a kart length, not quite as close. Little bit of it. He lost the rear and had some exit oversteer. Can he get a run? He got the curb. In behind him, down to the line. It's going to be close. Is Edney close enough? It's going to be close. And it is Occupancy by 0.03. 3/100ths of a second. It was probably half a kart length.
Maybe. Maybe.
3 feet?
Something like it. It was pretty close, actually, over the finish line. Still got our heavies out there, though, to come across the finish line.
Edney did the fastest lap of the race on the last lap at a 29.21, and Okapinti went 29.25. So they set their fastest laps on the last lap. Heavy battles. So the one of McIntyre will take out the first of the heavies and 10th place overall. Had a good run to the line going there with the number 11 of Jonathan Twigden, running an Australian-made Arrow chassis. And for the super heavies, they're a little bit further back, 3 or 4 carts left to come. Should be the 55 of Cameron Austin, who's doing double duty this weekend, also racing in one of the 125 gearbox classes. Oh, actually, I think for the super heavies, that was very, very close at the line. Austin with the victory from Brancati, and there was 8 100ths of a second the difference between them for super heavy.
Well, here are your results for Group 1. Obviously, our light's going to be the first across the line. Okapinti gets that win over Edney. That was a fantastic battle. All the way down to 38 thousandths of a second, the difference across the finish line. And, of course, we worked through and we come across our heavies as well, and that was going to go to McIntyre over Twigden. There wasn't too much between them. And the super heavies, it was Austin who's got there over Brancati, and that was really, really close too. 8 100ths of a second. So fantastic racing putting on by our Rotex class here from the Superkarts weekend at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series round number 5 at Winton Motor Raceway. Now, the breeze is starting to slow down just a fraction there. You can see that on the flags. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from this race. We've got to break it down, like you say, 3 different weight categories. They all start off in 3 different groups as well, so they're spread out. So forget about the overall finish. Let's have a look at the categories.
Something very, very different for us, but really cool to watch. And the race start was pretty cool. They were 3 wide and their approach down to 1. And there were some very, very close quarter exchanges with the lights guys up front. And then it was the heavies away as that middle group. And then behind them, about 15 metres back, was the super heavy class, just to give the class separation across the different weight categories.
Well, they weren't afraid to really throw these carts into the corners. Now, these two exchange positions a number of times. Okapinti, obviously, and Edney, they were just tussling it out back and forth. It was really Crutcher in the background, number 51, just couldn't make an impact on that top 2 battle.
Yeah, and they passed each other a couple of times. They were both able to pass each other on the main straight. Edney actually picked up a pass for the lead, I think, on the run through maybe 3 and 4 on the approach to 5. There it was there. So he slipped up the inside of him there, but like to get to the finish and the checkered flag, it's the wrong side of the racetrack and probably too early in the lap to be able to do it. Because at the end, when Okapinti got into the front, he actually got a little bit of a gap in his head down as they were still exchanging places, and Edney was just not quite able to close that gap. But here's the drop. You wouldn't have thought he had a chance here, but he pulled out really, really late and missed it by 3 100ths of a second, and it wasn't even half a cart length. It was less than that.
Very, very close finish from our carts in the Rotex section. We've still got a couple more groups of them to come. Of course, the 125s and the 250 class coming your way later today. Not too far away, though, we do have the Australian XL Series as they come out for their 3rd and final round of their Australian Championship here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's been a fantastic addition to the Hi-Tec All Super Series. We had a glimpse of them last year, but the XLs always put an exciting show on for all of our viewers and spectators. Let's head down to the pits, though, with Mel.
Hey, Ross, I'll quickly get your helmet off there. Fantastic win in race 1. That was pretty close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Awesome racing. Enjoyed it.
So what's it like in one of these things around Winton?
It's pretty much a lot of fun, as you probably well remember from your karting days. So, yeah, no, I enjoyed that immensely.
Is there a rib protector under that race suit?
Probably.
We spoke about the rib protectors, didn't we? How they get thrown around in there. I mean, and they're not the big carts. The really fast ones. You got to have them.
I think some of those boys in Rotex probably aren't wearing rib protectors, but when you go 125 and 250, and we've already seen a little bit of the action this morning in qualifying, they're pretty aggressive and moving around and bumping around a lot. So definitely will be some rib protection out there across some of those classes as our Hyundai XLs come out on track for their first race of the weekend. The Australian XL Series concludes here this weekend at Winton. It
we're watching this one very closely. 200 points up for grabs for a perfect round. Matty Boylett, well, he did that actually last time they were out at Queensland Raceway, got the 200 points. He's also going to miss out on this one. It's really Toby Waghorn, Blake Tracy, Caleb Patterson who are fighting this out, but Matty Boylett, well, he's really put a spanner in the works there, because he is your number one, all thanks to Fuchs and Wayne Boylett Mechanical. Then it's Blake Tracy, Caleb Patterson, Toby Waghorn in fourth on the second row, Sam McLaren, Tyler Collins, Brad Verica, Caleb Heffron, Joshua Richards and Edward Mitchell rounds out your top 10 first 5 rows to start things off this afternoon. So this one's going to be an interesting little race. It's really the championship contenders that have come here to Winton Motor Raceway to take this on. So much Excel racing throughout the country. There are so many of these cars that have been built over their time now. Got the Fuchs logo on the side, done very well this weekend, Matty Boylett. Blake Tracy, though, we've seen how aggressive he can be. He even broke his dad's car at the bend. That's how aggressive he was.
Super fast. Hey, like, all of these young guys are super fast. Like, it's a smaller than usual field. It is the end of the Australian Championship. There are a few other Excel races around the country at the moment. The Queensland guys raced up at Queensland Raceway the previous weekend. The Victorians raced at Calder last weekend. So they're doing an awful lot of racing. But all of these drivers here assembled today are very quick. Even Josh Richards, who has been winning races up in Queensland, back in his own car this weekend, he qualified a little bit further down the order, but his start to the weekend didn't go ideally because they left the steering wheel for the race car in Brisbane. How do you do that, we ask? He was driving for B-Pro with Brett Parrish up in Queensland Raceway last weekend. He likes his own steering wheel in the car. They unbolted it at the end of the weekend and forgot to take it home, and then the car went to Melbourne without the steering wheel. So Josh's lovely partner Gemma jumped on a plane at about 9 o'clock Friday, flew to Melbourne, got in at midnight, and handed the steering wheel back to Josh to put back on the race car.
That's a mammoth effort, isn't it, to get the car? You can't. Australian Hyundai Excel Series has been super exciting to watch throughout the year, and it's going to come to a conclusion here at round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Look at that, 18 degrees, but we've got a 24-kilometre-an-hour wind coming across the track. Obviously, not a lot of humidity, which I'm surprised about considering how much rain we had yesterday, but the clouds have parted. The sun has now shone on this beautiful racetrack, and things are warming up out there. Of course, the Excels will be the only category we'll have a standing still start with. Standing still start this weekend, really. With no, they'll be rolling. Oh, no, they might be. RX-8s are actually standing still as well. They're the only two we have throughout the year, aren't they? We like to change it up here. It's always good fun. Now, this is going to be about start. Tracy, well, he hasn't been behind the wheel of the XL for a number of months. He's been racing just about everything else.
He hasn't been in the car for 6 months, so... Look, and I believe going forward they're looking at doing, maybe TA2, Super 2 and some other things. And yeah, look, a bright young star in the sport. We've seen so many of them come out of this XL category. Good even start from the front row. Who's going to blink first down into turn number 1? And it was Boylett. Tracy got the start and will lead down through 1 on 2 on lap number 1. Now, we talked about a big game of chess with the karts. Very similar with these XLs. Like the Rotaxes especially, they don't have a huge amount of horsepower. So if you mess up, it just kills so much momentum. Tyler Collins didn't get a very good start too in the Zenith number 1. He's actually dropped back. He qualified, actually only did qualify in the 8th, no, he qualified 6th. So yeah, so Collins has gone back a little bit. There was one off in the background.
Someone done a little bit of an excursion. We like to play sign bingo with these cars, don't we? Because they seem to take out all of our high-tech, battery, oil signs. So, we always have that going on in the background.
I think it was just a wheel drop-off, was it? Oh, there was another one sideways out the back.
Is that Mitchell?
Or was it Richards? If it's the red car, it was... No, I think it was Richards. And look, Josh is also struggling with a shoulder injury that I don't think he's too far away from possibly getting surgery for. So he raced in Sydney with a broken shoulder, effectively. And he's really struggled through this season with that. So, yeah, he's had such a tough season. He has, as I said, had some race wins up in Queensland Raceway recently, so he is very fast.
Waghorn has got past Patterson, though, at the start of that race, so they've switched positions from 3 and 4. Look at this, though. Blake Tracy just out in front in the 195 XL at the moment now. Matty Boylett, he didn't really run that fast lap till a little bit later on in qualifying, so I wonder whether they'll set the car up a little bit differently, where the tyre pressures aren't quite happy at the start of the race, but in the final laps you might see him just get a little bit quicker as the tyres come to him.
Well, we're in the best conditions sort of window of the weekend now, from the rain, no rain about 8 times yesterday, and it was pretty cool here as well. Qualifying this morning was at about 16 degrees, it's now 18 degrees, so the air temp's a little bit warmer. We've got a little bit of sun and some UV on top of the racetrack now, so that surface of the racetrack will be warming up. So they would have made some changes to the cars for race 1 with tyre pressures especially. That was Tyler Collins there with a bit of a moment in the Zenith #1. So that's not his usual car. They ran their car up at Queensland Raceway last weekend, and he was paired with Matt Boylett. They were running together, a very, very good combination for a pair of 150 kilometre endurance races up there. Didn't finish a race. They were just chasing an extreme electrical problem. So that's actually a car that has definitely won races before, as Patterson there made contact with Verica, just got the rear out of shape.
Verica pushed his way in there, didn't he?
Yeah, so that probably was part of it as well. But coming back to Collins, so Collins in a car that is owned by Cam Wilson, who's won Australian Championships, he's raced Utes and all sorts of stuff. So it's a different car for him this weekend, but he's just lacking a little bit of car speed, and they've been struggling with that all year with their primary car, as he called it, straight line handling, aka horsepower.
Well, and there's not a lot of horsepower with them. We're talking probably
90, 92, 95-ish from memory.
So if your engine, there's a bit of a bump and run there on Toby Waghorn. Verica's got a bit of speed. If you're talking 1 or 2 horsepower, that's a big advantage.
Oh, in these things, absolutely. So drafting, really, really important. You'll see the odd bump draft happen. We see it a lot at Queensland Raceway with the big straights there. I think it'd be pretty brave to do it here on the approach down to 1 as Verica clears Waghorn. So the championship leader's going backwards here. Patterson, who's 3rd in the points, he's 4th. So at the moment it's advantage Blake Tracy. So the gap was, 25 points going into the weekend to see who gets to put the #1 on the side of their Hyundai Excel for the next 12 months.
Tracy, we're hoping there'll be a few more people can get past Waghorn at the moment. I mean, Patterson's right behind. We've seen definitely can match the pace there. They've got a fresh car out for this weekend. That's a new build and seems to be doing the job. Verica, didn't have a strong qualifying session, but look, a bit of a brake lock now. Waghorn, we've seen that about 3 times now throughout the race where he's just pinched a tyre, grabbed a brake. So that's going to start hurting them. You don't really want that to start appearing on the tyre, especially if we get to flat spot. That's going to be like a 50-cent piece if he keeps going.
So Boylett's going to be the spoiler here, because he and Tracy have got out by over 2.5, nearly 3 seconds out on that next battle group. So they're actually starting to run away and hide. These guys have been sort of running over each other for a couple of laps and have just dropped back. And then you've got this next group headed by Collins, Heffron, the 169,
Edward
Mitchell. So these 4 here need to now, whoever's at the front, go fast and we'll follow you and try and catch up to those 2, because Tracy and Boylett are disappearing up the road at a great rate of knots.
Verica doesn't want that. Moves out of the way and makes sure he can't try and capitalise on getting any sort of slipstream or drafting effects.
Well, Verica seems to be the fastest of those 4 because he's made a couple of passes to get to that point and get up into that 3rd position. So if Verica now can get his head down and have someone go with him and work, they have enough laps to try to get to the back of Boylett and Tracy. There's the gap right there.
It's amazing what these cars can do if they work together. Like you say, the bump draft, helping each other out. Try not to get in that fight for a couple of laps to push yourself up to be in contention for a top finish.
Look, karting's no different in that respect, especially with sprint racing. We've already seen it here with the Rotax, with the road racing. As Tracy, he pinches the right front this time. Boylett's just sitting there. He's sitting there, having a look to see where Blake may be vulnerable. But yeah, karting's no different. You know, the drafting ability and working together. The moment you start fighting, as we saw with those 4 cars, the first 2 get away, and you've now got to work really, really hard to get back to those leaders.
Just saw Patterson there with a slightly different line going into turn number 9. So just taking that a little bit different, maybe a little bit defensive. And you have to watch out. He's got the number 11 of Sam McLaren right behind. The Queenslanders fighting it out. Patterson, obviously a Queenslander as well. They'll know how each other races a little bit. They would have done quite a few laps together, especially with the endurance side of the Excel racing.
Well, they do so much racing up there. You know, the Queensland series, they're racing a lot, and you know, with a couple of different categories up there, they're out of either Lakeside, Morgan Park, Queensland Raceway. The new track at Townsville will be coming online hopefully in the next 12 months, which looks like a really cool facility. At the moment, it doesn't have any infrastructure, but once they get all that online, that's going to be a pretty cool facility about 40, 45 minutes out of Townsville.
Sam McLaren is all over the back, though, of Patterson.
Yeah, Patterson's got no car speed at the moment. He's actually dropping off the back.
And Verica can't get away now. Waghorn seems to have just got in the groove there in the 84. Not letting it too far in front. It's just like we're waiting for someone to pinch a brake, go a little bit wide. We're waiting for that error.
What they're not doing is actually going forward, because these two continue to extend. They're out over 4 seconds now. So it was only 2.5, and they've actually continued to drive away with a little bit of contact between Boylan and Tracy under brakes. You can just see the right rear bumper of the 195 not looking as straight as it once was about 30 seconds ago. So there was a little moment there under brakes into 7. There's that second group, and the gap is still over 4 seconds. So they're not making any impression with just on, 2.5 laps left to go here.
Yeah, well, 8 laps in this race number 1 here for the Australian XL Series. Is a pretty close qualifying session that we watched a little bit earlier there, and there wasn't too much difference amongst the top 5 of them, less than 1 second. But Blake Tracy, well, he's been super aggressive, I think, throughout the year, depending on what he's been driving. We've seen him show his aggression, and he's a young kid. He's very friendly when you go and talk to him, but wanting to win and wanting to progress his career in motorsport as well. He's had his hand at trying a couple of different cars as well. I do believe they've had a little bit of a steer of a Trans Am, maybe even a Super 2. They might have got him behind the wheel of, just to have a feel of it, see what it's like, see if the seat fits him. So it'd be interesting to see what his progression in motorsport will be. Seat time, they're just getting their racecraft, and it's about keeping that racecraft fresh, and I reckon we'll see plenty more from Blake Tracy, even if we don't see him in a national series next year.
Well, they're such a universal little car. You know, we're talking about a little 90s hatchback. You know, you can race them on the dirt. They're very, very good in the junior speedway categories. You can do hill climbs and club events and all sorts of stuff, and at a national level and club level, obviously with the XL Circuit Racing Championships, and there'd have to be well in excess of probably 200 to 300 cars around the country currently racing in the different states with the XL category. So it's definitely one of the mainstay categories in Australian motorsport, and a great stepping stone out of karting, and that's where most of these kids have come out of. Now, Blake Tracy's just got a little bit of a gap on Boylan. Boylan was actually faster on the last lap, but that gap is now sneaking out to close to a second, and the pair of them still continue to drive away from this battle group, as Veric has just now got away from Waghorn.
Yeah, and Patterson, well, he's clawing Waghorn back in, isn't he?
Yeah, Patterson definitely closer than he was.
And if you're part of Blake's crew, you are hoping that Patterson gets a move done on Waghorn, because, you know, you've got 25 points to try and claw back. 50 points for a win. It's going to go down. You know, the more positions they're separated by in this finish, the better it's going to be to close this championship up as the races go on this weekend.
We've got to remember the conclusion of this championship at Calder Park Raceway last year with Tyler Collins and Jalen Robotham going for it. They went into the last race tied on points in appalling conditions at Calder Park. And arguably, that's one of the best XL races I've ever been involved in. It was such a ferocious battle, and considering the conditions, it was seriously, seriously cool.
As it sits now, it's a 10-point advantage to Tracy.
Okay.
So he will catch up 10 points at the moment, and that will get us down to 15 points difference at the end of this race.
This is doing what we did at the end of last season's championship, pretty much mirroring it. So coming down to the last race, if there's just a couple of points in it or a tie on points, it is going to be all on, absolutely all on. The leaders continue to drive away, so Derek has just got a little gap as Patterson's got crossover. No, not quite. Waghorn just covers. I thought Patterson had a little run there, but just the angle of that picture just sort of probably exaggerated that a little bit. So Waghorn for me at the moment has got not a lot of car speed compared to those around them. These two, easily the fastest on track. Boylett's gone 42.4 for fastest lap, and he's 2/10 actually quicker than Tracy, but Tracy's got track position. Boylett, though, is coming back to him. The gap was out to nearly a second. It's down to back to half a second on the final lap. Tracy right on the edge of adhesion through 1 and 2. The back of the car just stepped out under brakes into that first corner. Here comes Boylett, and that's not the first time we've said that in this year's championship.
Well, he's only got 3/4 of a lap left to make a move here on Tracy. Now, Tracy just got to try and stay in front to maximise the points. It's what's going to happen behind him as Boylett just drops a wheel, and that's going to hurt.
That will definitely hurt. It hasn't lost too much out of it. It actually took a little bit of time, a couple of hundredths out of it, as Waghorn continues to try and hold off Patterson in behind these two. So Tracy with a little bit, just a little bit of breathing space.
Was there a little puff of tyre smoke there? Was that coming out of the front? Maybe a pinch of the brake?
Well,
possibly.
He did pinch the right front a couple of laps ago. He's very, very good through 8 there on the approach to 9, but Boylett just ran a little bit wide, sort of 2/3 of the way through the corner, and actually took a car length and a half out of it. So Tracy's got a little bit better speed through there and looks to have him covered at the moment.
Well, Patterson, I think, might have got past Waghorn in the background. He has there. You see the 101 now. Has moved up before, so this will change the points again. Lock up from Waghorn again.
McLaren's going to try and pinch his pocket. Well, if Waghorn goes back another one, that's going to tighten up even further. Tracy's very, very good in the second half of the lap. I think Boylett is throwing the surrender flag out. I don't think he's going to get to him at the line. Verica clearly in third. Patterson now fourth. Can Waghorn try and get a run back? As Tracy's celebrating with the headlights on down to the line. Boylett in second. Verica in third. And Patterson should. Or does he? Patterson does get fourth by 3/100ths of a second. There was not even probably a fender left in that, but that has definitely tightened up the championship points race.
So that's going to take 13 points out of that 25-point lead. That's going to take it back to 12 points. Now, I'm just trying to have a look. I'm doing the maths on the fly here, so you've got to stick with me. Patterson is 40 points in that one too. So Patterson's a little bit further back and probably not going to make as much of an impact on the number 1, but potentially he could get in there. Let's have a look at our results here for the Australian XL Series. Blake Tracy takes the win over Matty Boylett, who really fought right to the end. Unfortunately, we see him just pushing a bit too hard. Brad Verica, well, made up a number of positions after coming out of a little bit further back. He was in 7th, yeah. So he's had a big push on there. Just couldn't really impact on the front two either. But Caleb Patterson squeezed through the end for 4th over Toby Waghorn. Sam McLaren, I thought maybe might have got 5th. It was pretty close to this. Tyler Collins, Caleb Heffron, Joshua Richards and Edward Mitchell to round out our top 10 here in the Australian XL Series. That's their first race of the weekend here for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. They've got one more coming up a little bit later on this afternoon, so there's plenty more action coming your way. Let's have a look, though, at some of the highlights of this race one. And the start, Matty Boylett was our number 1 qualifier, but it was all Blake Tracy. Look at the start he got. He minimised the wheel spin, the 195 on the outside, but it's really that turn 1 where it sets you up on the inside, and I think maybe Boylett said, you know what, better to tuck him behind.
If you're a drag racer, you would have been proud of that start.
Very proud. Yes.
Got the whole shot. So Waghorn settled into 3rd initially, but then from there he sort of started going backwards. And unusual to see the number 1 Zenith machine of Tyler Collins a little bit further back in the field, but unfortunately that's really been Tyler's season so far, defending his crown. It has not gone to plan. Verica with an aggressive move getting by Patterson in there. There was just that little overlap and a little bit of awkwardness when we saw the back of the car just getting flicked around there.
Yeah, well, Patterson had a huge break off at that moment, so Verica took the opportunity here, and then have a look down the inside. A little bit of drafting there. Patterson wasn't quite sure who he was going to put his money on at this point here, but Verica, nice under brakes there. Didn't go too much over the curb, and just got in front of Waghorn, who slotted him behind. Patterson couldn't take advantage of it at that point in the race, and we thought Verica might have gone a bit more. Here we go.
That was a bigger hit. That was a bigger hit than I thought. Like, Boylan almost sort of got caught out by Tracy, maybe stopping a little bit earlier than he planned, because he definitely gave them a decent shot, but 0.47 at the line, with Tracy taking the victory from Maddie Boylan, with Verica crossing the line in third, and she was a bunch finish for fourth, fifth and sixth.
Well, they will get themselves back into the pits. I'm sure there's plenty of changes to be made in those XLs. You think for a very simple car there's not a lot to do, but they do quite a bit of suspension adjustment there. Tyre pressures is a massive one for the XLs as well, I think. And even the counterweights that you see them put in the side, so they will try and counterweight that car. But a lot of laps potentially at Winton for some of these drivers. But let's head down to our winners, though, in pit lane.
Blake Tracy, congratulations, mate. A fantastic race, but the pressure was hot, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was a good race. I had Boiler pushing me the whole time. I was trying to break the tone, a few errors, and I was just trying to keep consistent and pull away. I saw him making a few mistakes, so I knew he was pushing, and no, it was a great race, and I'm really enjoying it, yeah.
Congratulations, mate.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Matthew Boyler, it looked like you threw everything at him then, but just couldn't quite get past.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. Yeah, a bit of understeer, so had a little bit of a wobble up his arse, but yeah, it should be all right for tomorrow. Get it fixed up.
Well, hopefully you can, change him around for the next one.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
Well, a baby-faced podium, wasn't it there, really? and some interesting comments there from Matty Boylan. We'll wait and see how the characters unfold as the day goes on. We're going to have a short break here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Well, we're pretty happy to be here at Winton Motor Raceway for round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series as our Hyundai safety car gets out there and just gets ready to accept some karts that are coming their way. 125cc, of course. A couple of categories in this one, Jamie. Of course, the 125 gearbox category and the stock Honda.
Yeah, so not like a huge amount of difference, just a little bit of horsepower basically across the two categories with 125. So 125 gearbox are the more modified versions and some of the European engines in there. So with that, you've sort of got TM out of Italy, DEA, Modena, and you'll have a handful of RS125 Hondas in there, which was, pretty sure that was, the RS125 was the GP bike going back many, many years now. Really, really popular with 125 shifter racing as we go to the grid here for the first race for 125 gearbox.
Yeah, Bradley Tremaine will be leading us out over Lee Vellen, and it's Matty Tremaine Hooper, I do believe. Brad Sebbing, Laurie Fuchs, Harry Giorgio, Brett Burville, Christian Stebbing, Lee Filipponi, and Lachlan there at the end. There's a lot of names to get through here. We haven't really come across the karts previously in the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.
Something a little bit different for us.
Yeah, I know. And I think the Winton track being 12 corners, 2.99 kilometres, let's call it 3 kilometres between friends. A good little layout for them because you don't have those huge straights. There's lots of fast corners for these guys as well. I do want to call it karts. They are superkarts. I want to just go back to calling them karts to make it easy, but they don't do as much braking as what we see from our normal categories that have a big body on a lot more weight, although the power to weight ratio similar in most cases. In the big boys that are coming out a bit later, even better than what we see from some of our other categories, they can take the corners a lot faster.
Yeah, so going back to the engine combination, so sort of the last of the mainstay engines in the gearbox category, the RS125 Hondas. So with the stock Honda class, that is pretty much near as a stock CR125 Honda. So there'll be 5-speed sequential. I don't think there are 6-speed with the 125s. The 125 gearbox classes with teams and all that, they may be 6-speeders, but look, very, very quick. Tremaine qualified at a 125.8, which at that time of the day in qualifying with TA2 was less than a second under what Josh Haynes qualified in initially. So these karts are very, very quick. We've still got the 250s to come. And, yep, they'll let these guys go. And I'm looking forward to some good racing here. They're very, very quick and a little bit more aggressive than the 125 Rotax class we saw a little bit earlier on. So we'll have a split group start again here with the 125 gearbox and the stock 125 Hondas a little bit further back.
Wow, what a move there. That is on the inside, and that's the number 47.
Of Tremaine.
Tremaine, so he's been quick too off the start too in the 152 gearbox. Had to duck down the inside. Of course, they're always going to go 2 or 3 wide here. They make this track look a lot wider than it actually is.
Yeah, and we categorise this track as a relatively small racetrack. It certainly used to be a lot smaller before the extension, which was what, sort of back into 1997 when they did the extension and called it the National Circuit. So, look, these karts very, very quick. Again, through 1 and 2, I don't know if they're braking. There might be a little bit of a lift on approach rather than braking, but look, with the Rotax class that we saw earlier on, they're not braking through 1 and 2. So these karts are a little bit more aggressive. They move around, they skip around with the gearbox changes. Very, very strong under brakes. They have a front brake on these. The Rotax 125 class karts do not run a front brake. So they're very, very... very, very good at stopping, which you should not necessarily have to do on a bigger circuit like this.
Well, there's going to be moments.
There's definitely going to be moments. There'll definitely be moments.
Sure, you got to have a moment or two.
Well, with the Rotax, we're talking about 165 kilometres an hour, and look, pretty much that's the maximum that they'll go to. They're rev limited to, I think, 13,000 RPM with the Rotaxes. These will be revving higher, and they make more horsepower. The Rotax 125 is 30 horsepower. These karts will be in that sort of 45 to 60 horsepower category, depending on what power plant you're running. And they're more of a purpose-built superkart style kart. So again, very, very different from a sprint kart chassis.
You see the different aero packages on the bodywork as well. Obviously, not just at the front. Obviously, visually, it's the wings on the back. Whether they've gone
some of them again,
side wings, a thicker wing.
Some of them are running a full width rear wing. So the orange kart back there in the number 5, that's Brad Stebbing. He's actually got 2 little winglets rather than a full length wing behind them. And I don't know, the theory on that is he's sitting in between it, so it's not going to be getting any air, so why do it? So that's maybe why they've actually got the 2 winglets on either side of his shoulders in that sort of case. So if you have a close look at some of the karts, very, very different with the aero packages and the wing packages across the category, where it's pretty much open. You can do what you want to do to a limit. They'll be limited by wing sizes. And the vertical rear fins, likewise, there'll be a certain height on that they're not allowed to exceed. But yeah, like, a lot of fun, and they're running around here just about as quick as a touring car. So, you know, a lot of fun. Wait until you see the 250s.
Well, it's already 126.26, just gone 126.12 there for Vela. So trying to close that gap down on Tremaine. That's just under 1 second now. This is a nice little pack, though, as we look back for Stebbing, Fuchs and Hooper. Looks like Stebbing just got past that time on Fuchs, so he takes the number 3 position there.
Yeah, so the 46 there, that looks a little bit sort of more stock body-wise. That's not as radical as the 2 in front of him. And that'd be Hooper in the 46.
Well, we've got a card off in the background there too.
That's definitely off. And that's well out in the gravel. So that's
Giorgio?
14 of Harry Giorgio, yeah. He's gone a long way off track. Where was that? Was that sort of the run 3, 4, maybe up to 5?
Yeah, I'm going to say just after 5 coming out.
Yeah, okay, yep. And we got another one that's getting pushed in. That was a little bit further back. I think that was one of the CR stock Honda class karts. So Tremaine is your race leader. There's only 0.6 in it between himself and Vela. So those two sort of were very, very quick in qualifying. And definitely 2 of the pace setters in the 125 gearbox class. Let's see what happened here. Oh, yeah, that started a lot earlier, and that has exited stage left at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
He's just missed the runoff road, actually, where our safety cars go, so he almost made it happen.
Oh, that went a long way. He's just sitting there going, oh, I'm glad that stopped when it did.
We're already getting through the laps here. Lap 4 of 6 already in this 125 class.
So that's 3rd, 4th and 5th, Stebbing, Hooper and Fuchs.
Yeah, so Fuchs drops back another position as well. That's unfortunate. Just trying to see whether Dos Santos, well, we've got Giorgio down there. Who was the black car that we saw getting pushed at the time? Just trying to get a reading on who that might have been.
Yeah, it may not have taken the race start, so it might not actually be on the scoring, so I'm not too sure. We've got 17 on the scoring at the moment. So Matthew Tremaine Hooper in the FA kart, number 46. He's in that 4th position. So the FA kart is actually a Fernando Alonso chassis. So some of the Formula 1 drivers, Leclerc, Ricciardo, now he's not a Formula 1 driver anymore, but he had his own kart chassis as well. So a lot of the Formula 1 guys actually put their name to some of the brands that come out of Italy. So the FA kart is a Fernando Alonso chassis. There you go.
There you go.
And that's probably based more off one of the traditional sort of sprint style chassis, and that kart did look a little bit more standard body wise in that respect. Here's your race leader, Tremaine. And Vela's definitely not letting go. So again, look at the body profiles between these two karts. Very, very different with the thinking and the aero across these two karts. Tremaine's got that rear wing element. Vela's kart in 2nd does not have that top rear wing.
Looks like it's got a GoPro wing.
Actually, does it have a wing element, or is that just a stabiliser bar between the 2 fins? It's hard to see from here.
It looks like a GoPro for Vela. That's what it looks like hanging off the back.
Yeah, Vela's definitely got I think that just might be a stiffening brace actually for Tremaine, so it doesn't have a rear wing element sort of behind his shoulders. So look, there's nothing between those two. 0.4 of a second, and Vela continues to have the fastest lap of the race in 25.55. Vela's just gone fastest to the 1st split. Tremaine's gone fastest to the 2nd split by 2/10. Did Vela just drop a wheel off then? He was really close to the edge of the racetrack.
Yeah, very close. Back to number 5.
So you got Stebbing, yes. So Stebbing's still in that 5th position. And then Tremaine Hooper. Yeah, so that kart of Tremaine's is a lot more standard chassis-wise. So look at the wheelbase. That's a sprint configuration wheelbase. You look at the kart in front if we get a side-on shot. Hooper's kart is a lot shorter in the wheelbase than the 5 of Stebbings. And he's a lot more upright in the seat as well. Oh, Valor right on Tremaine on the final lap. Valor again with the fastest lap at a 25.20. Tremaine went 25.40. Just a couple of tenths in it. Tremaine got a really good run out of 4 that time and actually extended that lead. So I wonder if Valor maybe made a little mistake down under brakes into 3 on the approach to 4. So Tremaine looks to have things under control right now. Stebbing back there in 3rd in the 5 looks to have that position under control. That's a great shot. So that's the run down to turn 10, which was just a little lift and turn. There wasn't a lot of braking going on there. That longish run up to turn 11. That's a long way in a car. Not so long in a touring car. It takes about the same amount of time. Just in a TA2 Camaro or Mustang, your bum's not an inch off the ground.
It's moving around a bit more too, I think, some of these cars. So there we go, the checkered flag will come out and Tremaine will get the win with Vella right behind. That was a fantastic battle they had at the front.
And that's a good battle there too, with 2 very, very different cars. Stebbing will get 3rd, Tremaine Hooper in 4th. So the number 5 of Brad Stebbing. So that's an Anderson chassis out of Europe, which is one of the mainstay supercar chassis out of the European area, obviously with 125 and especially 250 International, where they have won many, many world championships. The 8th there of Laurie Fuchs, just having some issues on the last lap. And they actually dropped him in behind some of the stock Honda class runners. And it should be the 31. The 31 of James Strahr that will take out the stock Honda category as they go across the line right now.
So great to have our 125 Superkarts out on track this weekend. Here's your results, though, from this Group 2 of racing. Bradley Tremaine will take the win over Lee Vella. That was a fantastic battle between them. Brad Stebbing gets home over Matty Hooper. There was a couple of different categories going through there, Jamie, as well. We had the 125 class and the stock Honda class, both the 125cc, but obviously our 125cc general class with the they've got about a 5-speed gearbox on board. Our Hondas as well, but obviously the Honda CBR style 125. So a little bit of a difference in the horsepower. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, from this very short 6-lap race. They didn't muck around at the start, too. They said, you know what, we're going to excite the crowd here at Winton, and they went 3 wide into turn number 1. Tremaine, who was our number 1 qualifier, he got out in front in the 47, and Vella, well, just had to follow from there.
And then the stock Honda boys came through. It's a little bit less horsepower than the 125 gearbox class that started up ahead of them. So probably a little bit more budget orientated with the engines compared to some of the Italians and that come out. Chassis wise, they'll be very, very similar to the 125 gearbox class, which featured at the front of this field. So Fuchs was sort of in the mix early on because he was battling there with Stebbing. So he was up inside the top 4 or 5. And then he's had a moment or an issue later on in the race where he was just cruising around. This was definitely a moment. Rate of knots.
This is our race leader. He pretty much led from the first corner all the way to the end of the number 47, and Tremaine gets himself the full 25 points for the 125 class.
Yeah, Vella didn't make it easy though.
Nah, couldn't afford to make a mistake there, could he? Vella was going to pounce the absolute first opportunity they got. Now let's head down to our winners though in pit lane.
Here with Brad Tremaine, and Brad, these karts are incredibly violent. What's it like pedaling around Winton?
Yeah, it's like a bucking Bronco, what I'd imagine it would feel like. Yeah, it's through the sweep pressure, it's pretty rough. You're not really in the car most of the lap, so, but no, it's good fun.
Fantastic stuff and a great way to start your day. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
Lee Vella P2 in that race, but fastest fastest speed, 161 kilometres down the straight. That must be fun.
Yeah, very well. Very good, sorry. Yeah, it was a good race. Missed a couple of gears at the start and then just learning the track as we go. Second time here, so yeah, all in all, happy, very happy with the outcome. So yeah, bring on race 2.
Back to you, Jared.
Here with Brad Stebbing, taking out third place in the first of the races for the 125 gearboxes. And Brad, tough times, these top two very quick.
They are. They got a break on me at the start and then unfortunately just couldn't peg it back. I was starting to struggle with the handling a bit late in the race. I knew the guys were on my back, so happy with third in the end. We'll make a few changes and get into the next one.
Make a few changes. What's on the cards for you guys?
Probably some chassis stuff with the front nose to give us a bit more front grip because we're starting to push through the faster corners. So we'll chase that. Hopefully we can get it and then catch up to those front guys.
Great effort to start the day. Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers.
Well, the carts have been out and the Australian Super TTs are lined up and ready to take their place out on track. They'll be out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break. Well, let's keep the action underway here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. It's time for the Australian Super TT Championship out here on track this time. They're out this morning doing some qualifying. It was a fair bit earlier when it was cooler. And starting off the front row of the grid will be the number 11 of Matty Sims, that North Albury Automotive BMW E36. That was pretty quick this morning. Postlethwaite in second, then Edwards, Gillette, Bell, Drummond, Natoli, Ricketts, Gamble and Rice, who's back. Jackson Rice, that we saw in the TA2. He's been doing Trans Am this year. He's pretty much been trying to race everything. He said, I'm going back to my grassroots. I'm going to do a bit of Super TT because he's got himself a little bit of a ride at Bathurst next weekend in a Super 2. So he's... I spoke to him and I said, how's that again? It's a pretty exciting opportunity. So great to see him as part of the Super TT field as well. Michael Ricketts, well,
he's not as fast as he normally is. I ran in earlier and shake his hand. He said, just, oh, I'm a little bit tender on the shoulder. So he's carrying a little bit of a niggle in the shoulder there. So don't expect the Pulsar to be up the front row like we're normally seeing. It doesn't matter how much horsepower or how many cubes you bring, that little Pulsar always seems to keep up with the front runners.
Yeah, it's got some new aero on it this weekend as well. A brand new pair of side skirts on that car, which look very, very different. So out front, Matt Sims in that BMW. So it's an LS Chevrolet in a BMW E36. So really, really strong package that we have seen feature before. Blake Tracy won one race at the Bend and then went home with engine damage. So a very similar package, but that is a very, very cool looking race car, and it's seriously quick as well.
Then Postlethwaite will be alongside in the Tyre Power, Shepherd and Holden VY Commodore. This will be a couple of V8s going at it off the front row, and then you go back to the cable source car of Brett Edwards, who followed us over to South Australia 4 weeks ago. That's a very quick XR6 turbo. And Corey Gillette, who does a lot of work around this region, involved in his car club as well to get as many cars out on track. So we'll wait and see how he goes. He's got the family here. That's what I love about him, is he's always got him here. As we get a race start, green flag, and massive lock up there going into turn one for Sims, and the car moves around. Big advantage now for Postlethwaite. Can he take a dive down the inside into turn three, or is the power in the BMW going to be enough?
Well, he could get the power down, so initially it locked the brake, and then he got on the power and it stepped out sideways and had no drive out of turn number two on a cold tyre at the start of this race. So the Commodore jumps out in the front, so a little bit of a horsepower battle going on out in front, and good to see a strong lineup of Super TTs here at effectively their home base at Winton Motor Raceway.
And now thrown into this, we've got the over 2 litre class, and then we've got slicked and treaded, and then we've got the under 2 litre class slicked and treaded as well. So it could be a little disparity in some of the, where you see some of the cars expect them to be a little bit quicker. It could be on a treaded tyre and not quite on the same sort of traction compound you see in a slick car. And of course we've got the over 2 litre, normally where the cubes come in, but Matty Sims, well, he's just in it for a massive party. Look how sideways that car was.
Oh, that was massive.
Oh, he went over the curb, grabbed some dirt. No, no.
Brett Edwards. So there was no attempt to either get it stopped or get it turned. So I would say that it's either had maybe a gearbox issue, or he's dictated, or he's found it like had an engine issue or something, and he's just shut it down by the looks of it. But yeah, Sims's BMW, man, that thing's fighting for traction. So he's debuting that car this weekend. It's a brand new build. It's not making for straight line speed, but then the Tyre Power Commodore's not struggling for the braking ability either.
It's not brand new tyres on Sim's car anymore, that's for sure. He's definitely put a couple of wear marks on those. This is going to be a fantastic battle, I think, at the front. In the background, Brett Edwards has actually rejoined us, so I'm not quite sure what went on there, but great to see the cable source car. Now, Corey Gillette, we know how he comes on a bit as the race goes on. He goes quite well. We've seen him wear the tyres down on that car a fair bit too, on the Sylvia, because that's another LS powered combination.
Yeah, it's another LS Chevy in that car. Really impressed here with the Tyre Power Commodore. First time I've seen this car, and it's obviously very, very quick. That BMW is beautifully built. I asked Matt this morning about the car and said, yep, LS powered, as he pinches another brake there. Not sequentially shifted, so it's got a standard H pattern in it. But yeah, really, really impressive looking at the build of the car. But at the moment, he's definitely got his hands full, because he's got big traction issues with that package.
We'll have a look. No, he's just pinched another brake there. That's got to start feeling like a 50-cent piece as this race goes on. He can't continue to keep doing that, because you can see the power it's got as he drives around the outside of Postlethwaite, but he just can't get it pulled up, and a bit of a wiggle there on the brakes as well. Car doesn't really turn in nice and smooth on that second last corner. He looks a little bit better there, but look at the speed that the BMW's got down the straight. He just reels him in.
Yeah, it's got drive down sort of out of the mid-corner stuff. He's struggling to get out of the slower stuff. So both of these cars obviously running an over 2 litre on slick tyres. So Matt's got to be really careful with the slick, especially if it hits picking up and locking brakes up at the same point, and he does it again this time with the left front. That car looks to be set up really, really soft. A little bit of exit oversteer. He had a correction there to try and get the thing straight, and so the car looks very, very soft. So I don't know that it's quite there with the handling package right now. It's definitely got straight line, but it's power down, it's getting the thing stopped, and it's getting it turned, which is, I think, quite important in circuit racing.
You do have to get around the corners, don't you? And the more the tyres stay round, the easier it is to drive. Look, they're having a fantastic... Oh, Corey Gillette in the background. How is the overhead shot of him coming out of that
You were talking about him going sideways
turn
before. 8. But it's been an eventful getting to the front for the white BMW. I don't know if he could get the rear wing any bigger on that car. That is massive. That is Porsche GT3 Cup-esque. Oh, listen to it. It's an angry sounding beast too.
It's definitely had a little bit of a tickle on the ice, I'd say. It's not a stock. It's not a stock one. I like Ryan Bell also in the background of the 370Z, so we'll check this out. Let's have a look at the replay, though, of an incident earlier on, and that is the 69 car moving around of Merrick Moloff out of New South Wales and the Prime Finance Ford Falcon.
Yeah, that's definitely had a rotation.
Yeah, well, that's the
so Jackson Rice, you never mentioned Jackson because I don't think he's actually made it out of the pits.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He's in 37 running his traditional number.
Yeah, so Jackson and the Falcons, so he definitely hasn't come out the Ovens Ford GTP Falcon, so he must have had an issue before he came out for the start of this race. All right, Sim's now starting to get a little bit of a gap. The car does look a lot more settled. I wonder if it was maybe down a little bit on tyre pressure too much, and now that they've come up to pressure, the car actually looks a lot more settled, and it hasn't been anywhere near as much sideways over the last sort of lap and a half than it was in the first 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, now we're starting to see Glenn Postlethwaite, just his car starting to move around a little.
Postlethwaite's last lap was a 30.4, Gillett with a 30.57, and Sims out front just done the fastest lap of the race at a 1:28.613.
He's starting to find his rhythm now, a little bit of momentum, like you say. Might be brakes as well, the temperature, depending on the pads he's running and the rotors they've got in that car, that could make a big difference.
Yeah, the car looks so ugly in the opening laps. Sims's thing, some battles further back, so Edwards is coming back through the field, so that was a weird one, like, unless it literally just shut itself down and he's actually done the turn it off, turn it on again thing to get it reset through the ECU, but he wasn't attempting to stop it, he wasn't attempting to get it turned, he just got out of the way of the guys in behind him and pulled off to one of the little sort of extra sort of laneways or roads through the centre of the circuit. So he is back in the 15th position.
Good old cable source entry of Brent Edwards.
Is in the 5th position, has a beautiful Ford Mustang, number 13. Stuart Gamble, Golden Bones now Ford Mustang. So that's running in the over 2 litre treaded tyre class, so that's not on a slick tyre, so that's probably more of a production car spec Mustang maybe. So you've got quite a few different categories in Super TT. So you've got there's some Queensland production car runners out there, there's improved production cars out there, there's sports sedans, there's all sorts of stuff in amongst the Super TT.
Let's break it down all this. TT tin top. So you're basically running a production style car, it's got a tin roof on it. And then really we're over 2 litre, under 2 litre, and it depends whether you want to run slicks or treaded. So it really does encompass a lot of different categories that can fall within that, and that's to keep the numbers up and to keep the racing fantastic for the competitors out there who want to go. Now there's going to be a couple of Falcons going at it. I think this is going to be a V8 powered Falcon though.
This is the Turbo 6.
Yeah, the cable source Turbo 6, and we know how much power those Barra turbos can make. I mean, pretty much on a daily now with a bit of a turbo and a tune, you're making 600 horsepower.
This guy's running around on the street with 1,000 horsepower. The biggest one I've heard recently is up to 2,000 horsepower in a street/drag FG up at home in Queensland, which is just nuts, absolutely nuts. So Maloof sort of getting himself back and corrected after that off earlier on. He is in the 9th position. And yeah, Edwards down to 15. So this isn't poor position because Edwards has actually lost a lap with whatever issue he had with turning it off and turning it on again. So what was the last lap for Edwards? 1:34.20. So he's not lapping as fast as the leaders.
Well, he's been caught up a little bit there. Now he's got the move made, so we might see.
Yeah, let's see what this next lap is. But
this lap could be a total different one there for the number
there was just
18.
a little wisp of smoke out of the back of the car there, Matt. Just on the run. Yeah, definitely. It's got a little bit of smoke just out the back of the car there. So I think he's got a number of problems going on there with that first LED. He just basically stopped and restarted. Now, Matt Sims out in front, he has got daylight now between himself and Postlethwaite. 7.9 seconds is the race lead. In the space of 3 laps, he's just driven away and again continues to set best laps, 1:28.40 for the BMW. So he'd never raced it before this weekend, so this actually might be his first ever race, so he's still trying to get used to the thing. But now, and it certainly does look a lot more settled than it did.
Whatever made him uncomfortable at the start of this race, what looked
made us uncomfortable.
Well, what looked uncomfortable, whatever that is, it's corrected itself. Whether that's tyre pressures, brakes, maybe there's some adjustment inside the car, possibly. I mean, whatever he's done, that's definitely looking a lot better. Of course, the 21 out there now of Chiara Zabatakis in the Evo 7. Now, we did see her come out in some MX-5 racing at our media day too. So she's a young lady, got involved in motorsport, would be less than 18 years of age. Doing a fantastic job. It's great to have Chiara come out in that Mitsubishi Evo 7.
So she's currently in the 12th position. She's running in the over 2 litre treaded tyre class. We saw the little MX-5 out there. That was the 181 of Paul Nudd. Nudd Sport Racing, Mazda MX-5 running in the under 2 litre class. So for the first time in a long time, we've got actually quite a few under 2 litre class cars running with Michael Ricketts.
And look at him work his way through the field. I said don't expect too much from him, but he's leading the under 2 litre class.
Adrenaline does wonderful things.
Pulse, he's fat army. Oh no, we've got him off again there, and that's Maloof, is it, coming out of turn number 4. You just see this as we come on.
Just in front of the leader here. He's just rejoined the track right in front of Matt Sims, the race leader. So Maloof's had a second off. It was Brent Edwards has sort of just gone past him in the previous lap, unlapping himself here. So Maloof's had a couple of moments in this race. Still Sims out in the race lead, and he's doubled that race lead. So Postlethwaite has dropped back into 35s. He's losing 5 seconds a lap. So the Commodore, the Tyre Power Commodore, must have some issues because he's lost 7 seconds in that last lap. So I don't know what he had going on, but I'm wondering if he's... Oh, is there a little wisp of smoke out of the left rear of that one too? But yeah, his times have just plummeted from the race lead, with Sims working him over with what looked to be a pretty ill-handling BMW. Sims has managed to get by him, and he's just driven back up the road by 15 seconds in the last 3 laps.
Musselwaite's still putting some laps together there in the Tyre Power. Shepparton entry, holding on to second place over Corey Gillette at the moment.
He's cruising, you can hear it, it's not using big RPM. Now Dan Natoli here, this is an Australian Production Car Championship spec Audi TT. Manual shift, not the paddle shift, it's got the shifter in the centre console. 5-cylinder, really cool sounding car. He actually led Super TT after the first round in Sydney.
Yeah, that's where we saw him. He's up in Queensland.
Did Morgan Park. Don't think he did Queensland Raceway because he had to race with the Australian production cars the following weekend, and it was just too close back to back. It was one of the rounds that he missed, and he didn't go to the bend, I think, for the same reason. But yeah, Dan's done a bit of travelling around. It's been a long, long time since he last raced here at Winton, because Dan's been around for a while, and I'm pretty sure he actually has raced in the supercar category going back quite a few years, and super touring and things like that. I think he ran a Ford Mondeo back here, which would have been how long ago?
A few years.
Yeah, so apparently Melinda Price, her first ever race win was with Stephen Richards here at Winton in 1997 in a Gary Rogers Motorsport Valvoline Pulsar. Last corner for Sims after a head-scratching start where that car looked so ugly it wasn't funny, to the fastest jet on the track and an easy win in the end. because Postlethwaite, who's got back on the pace, but again, he lost another 5 seconds on that last lap. The gap has blown out to more than 20 seconds. Speaking of Triple S Pulsars,
there's another one, and that's obviously Timothy Maynard in the Austrac DSR Engineering SGA Nissan, or the N14 Nissan Pulsar.
Well, he's done a good job because he's finished in 8th and will be actually 3rd in the under 2 litre class behind Ricketts and the 89 of Damien Hunter in the little Renault Clio.
So the only one I feel sorry for at the moment is Jackson Rice, who we talked up out there.
And we didn't get to see.
He didn't. Yeah, he's in the pits.
We will go and have words.
We'll be talking to him.
In 3rd, Bell across the line 4th in the Nissan number 101 and will take out the over 2 litre treaded tyre category.
And here comes Ricketts in the Pulsar. Gamble in the Mustang in 6th. So Ricketts really the giant slayer again. The only under 2 litre to be in the top 5. Just skimmed in there. Some very fast cars in front of him. Hunter would come through in 7th. Maynard in 8th.
Colin Bowe just going across the line there in the 14th position in the over 2 litre treaded tyre Commodore.
Let's have a look at the official results here for the Australian Super TT Championship race number 1. And of course it's Matty Sims there in the North Albury Automotive. BMW, Glenn Postlethwaite in 2nd in the Commodore and Corey Gillette in the S13. Sylvia will get across the line 3rd. Bell in 4th, and it's back to Ricketts, the first of the under 2 litre cars in 5th position. Some fantastic racing out there as well, and good to see Brent Edwards had a moment there, ended up in 13th, but he went off early in the race and pretty much lost the lap to everybody and started working his way back through. Jackson Rice in 18th, well, didn't make it out, and we'll have to go and find out what the issues were down for that car. Hopefully we'll see him come out for the next race here at Winton Motor Raceway as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series and the Australian Super TT race number 1. As they come into pit lane, we'll round up our winners down there, we will, and we'll talk to them very, very shortly. In the meantime, let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. And this is how it all started. It was pretty Matty Sims. The BMW was fast. It took off Brent Edwards, tried to get in there, and that was the first brake lock-up that we saw of many. Postlethwaite just slotted him behind in that Tyre Power Shepparton VY Commodore, and they sort of found their spots at that point. There's another moment. Postlethwaite put his nose in on the inside of 3 and managed to get the move done for a moment there as they went out of 4. So we were wondering whether Matty Sims, what he could do at this point.
Was down. How it was down, so like he was looking at the instrument cluster or whatever. The full bore Mitsubishi Evo pulled off into one of the areas. Maloof went around a couple of times in the 69. He had an eventful race in the Black Falcon. So Postlethwaite looked like he had things under control, but then, like a switch, the BMW just started looking like it was handling better. It was getting power down and going forward. And I think at the same time, Postlethwaite was starting to maybe have an issue too, because from basically this point on, it started going backwards, and Sims just literally went 20 seconds up the road to dominate the first run. That one wasn't so much of the early one, that was more of a yee-haw, because I'm pretty sure that car's just won on debut.
Wow, what a race from them. The Australian Super TTs, nice strong field here this weekend. And Matty Sims with that gorgeous E36 BMW. But let's head down to pit lane though with our winners.
Matt Sims winning on debut. Wow, this thing looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a great ball. Glenn and I obviously took off and we got to it a bit quicker than I first thought, and tyres were cold, brakes were cold, and yeah, we're a bit all over the shop, but have an absolute ball, and looks like a great group of guys to come racing with, and yeah, really enjoyed it. It was fantastic. So.
Well done. Over you, Jared.
Here with Glenn Postlethwaite, and it was all action in the first 2 laps as Matt Sims' tyre pressures came up to speed. But I tell you what, talking about coming up to speed, the Tyre Power Commodore, this thing had some pace.
Yeah, it's awesome to have Tyre Power Shepparton on board. First time back for me after 3 years off, so had some trouble with the car yesterday. Only got, yeah, pretty stoked to get second in quali this morning, and yeah, give it a good run, and yeah, start to get used to the car again. So yeah, pretty happy.
Race 1 done and dusted. We're looking forward to race 2. Thank you.
Full this weekend, so it should be good. Thanks,
Corey
guys.
Gillett, Corey Gillett, P3, how was that for you?
Mate, it was bloody awesome. We're just chasing these guys down. I was like, oh, I'm in a bit of a panic here, and I thought I was catching him, and then I turned my car up. I was looking for my switch, and then we got going. But yeah, I had a ball. You can't this is the best fun you can have with your pants on for sure.
So I'm told that you convinced this guy to come circuit racing, and he's just hosed everybody.
I've been pumping this category up for years, and it looks like we've got 20 cars on the grid this week, and yeah, the more the merrier. We're having the most fun out here for sure. Yeah, cheers.
Fantastic. Back to you guys in commentary.
Corey will have the whole family here too, like he does at every race meets. And
fun with your pants.
Nice fun with your pants. Look, there's characters everywhere in motor racing. We love them being part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, especially this round 5 here at Winton Motor Raceway. Great to see the crowds coming in today to enjoy what is some pretty good weather. It's getting a little bit more overcast though, Jamie, at the moment.
Those
clouds
actually,
are starting to cover just a little bit. Well, look at this race though. The TA2 Muscle Cars are going to be back on track in just under 25 minutes. Of course, all thanks to TFH Hire and framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. We saw an incredible top 10 shootout, didn't we? Josh Haynes, the number 37, takes over Brad Gartner's alongside, and there wasn't much in those two. They are going to continue the Young Guns battle. Josh Haynes leading that in the championship, obviously, over Brad Gartner. He's had a couple of rounds that haven't really gone his way, but we saw Morgan Park where Brad Gartner was dominant there, won every race. Although Josh Haynes may have got him when it comes to qualifying, doesn't mean he's going to get him come race time.
All right, let's have a look at the grid for the third of our Superkarts groups, and these are the big boys, the 250s. Nicholas Shembry, really, really impressive to watch in qualifying. He will start off the pole in the number 45. Yeah, coming back to the TA2 thing, Matt, so yeah, Gartner and Haynes, like from Morgan Park, QR and the Bend, they have just been going to war, especially at Morgan Park and QR. So it was almost a tale of two tails going on there, because Gartner came back off the disaster at Sydney to dominate, absolutely dominated at Morgan Park, and Haynes just didn't quite have the mojo going and just looked a little bit vulnerable at that stage. And Gartner was sort of starting to get back up on top of his confidence and was super, super fast. And then the tables turned, and Haynes did exactly what Gartner did to him at Morgan Park at Queensland Raceway, where he in turn was very, very dominant. At the Bend at the previous round didn't quite go to plan at the start of the weekend for Josh. With he had an off in practice and tore the front off the car, and then they had a crown wheel and pinion failure in the rear diff. So, you know, at that stage they were at limitation mode to try and get something out of the rest of the weekend. They parked Nathan Hearn to keep laps off the car, to keep him in the points battle, and that's literally what he did. Let's now start talking about kart racing. This is the third of our groups. The fastest karts in kart sport, Superkarts. We've got two classes again here, 250 International, which are the twins, and 250 National, which are the single-cylinder 250s. So 250 Internationals, up to 90 horsepower, dominated by the European chassis, Anderson, PVP, and engine-wise, again, with the Europeans, Rotax, PVP, VM, and BRC, and there'll be some Hondas, Yamahas in the national class as well. These things are super, super fast. We saw a 1:19.4 in qualifying from Shembry, and that is the fastest vehicle on the property this weekend.
Isla Harper's out of South Australia. Can he try and make an impact on this one? Because Shembry now in second position as Harper's goes by the South Aussie, leading this race very early on. They are so much quicker than what we've seen before already. You can just see it visually, especially this overhead shot. They are phenomenally fast through turn number 5.
Brad Tremaine in the 125 category talking about how bumpy it is out there in some of the areas. So these cars have a front brake, so they're four-wheel disc. I don't know if they're a single rear double front, but they're over-braked, if anything, and very, very aggressive. They move around, they bump around, they jump around, they accelerate quickly. They've got the ability to stop from 100 miles an hour to nothing in like a second, 2 seconds. They're just so fast and they stop so well. But these two out in front, there's a number 1 on that machine for a reason, and Shembry, well, we know he's been fast and qualified with the 1:19.4. It's only 5 seconds off the outright lap record here at Winton, which stands at a 1:14.3 from John Magro in a Formula 3 car here back in 2019. This is definitely well and truly on.
Well, 6 laps of this race to see who will take the win in this first race for the 250 class. Now, it might take a few laps, so we did see that with Shembry. He The second half of qualifying was very super quick, and already a move being made as they come down into turn number 3 under brakes. The 45 of Shemri will get the move done, and can Harpers hold on?
Yeah, well, he got sideways. He got sideways and lost some momentum, so Shemri manages to get by here. So these karts, with some of the biggest straights in Australia, are capable of 270, 280 kilometres an hour. I don't know what the top speed is here at Winton on the front straight, but it'd have to be 220, 230 at minimum. So incredibly fast acceleration. They don't weigh an awful lot. They're only 250cc and 90 odd horsepower capable. So power to weight, they're like basically like a downforce is ridiculous.
They're super fast. They do actually need the wings on these ones to keep them going down. Not a lot of tyre either. It's not a massive tyre on these karts. I mean, when you're pushing them through these extreme speeds through the corner one, the driver is being exposed to all that force that pushes them around inside their seat, but also those little tyres, they're going to hold on.
Yeah, and you get a fair amount of wind buffeting as well. You know, not a lot different to an open wheel car, but you know, you're literally an inch off the ground. And wheelbase-wise, it's very, very little, and they're not very wide. So they're really, really twitchy, especially with the bigger horsepower and stuff. So Shemri's gone 19.9 on that last lap. So that's his first flyer off the start. He's gone 19.9. Harper's back in second at a 20.53. Then we go back to the 72. Tim Clark, yeah, that was...
Have a look at this. Harper's he's trying to grab that card.
That was a big locker.
Coming into 7, he was sideways.
You could hear it chirping and and he just look how much ground he's lost to Shemri. I've seen footage of these superkarts, I don't know if you can remember it, Matt, running at the Gold Coast street race.
Let's have a look at this on replay. This is Harper's.
Oh, that was a massive moment, man. That was trying to get the thing stopped, trying to get it turned, and avoiding getting into the kitty litter right there. Like, that's as far as you will go without actually rotating the thing. What's the slap from Shemri? Because this is going to be fast. 1:19.57. 1:19.57. I don't know what the average lap speed is, but it's fast. Like, look at the bouncing through there off turn number 2.
Well, Shemri had a little bit more than that. It was a 4.49 come qualifying. So he's gone a tenth faster. There could be a little bit more coming out with a few laps left remaining. What I don't like is, we spoke about at the start of the show, is it's getting a little cloudy out there. That's what I don't like.
Yeah, it's the forecast is sort of maybe 4-ish for a little bit of a sprinkle, but look, we'll cross fingers and keep everything crossed. 44 is Paul Clark and another Anderson chassis, so out in front with Shemri. That's an Anderson out of Europe. They've won multiple world championships, Australian championships, New Zealand championships, you name it. There's a few of these karts in New Zealand, obviously a few more around Australia. But the Victorian club down here, very, very strong with their numbers. I think we've got close to 50 karts here this weekend across all of the categories and classes that we've been watching so far. So really love these things. And 39, they're battling there with the 44. So that's Brett Burble. So he's the leader in the national class. So that's a single-cylinder 250cc. Probably more along the lines of, say, a CR250 Honda or a Yamaha equivalent or even a Suzuki equivalent. Oh, huge amount of understeer for the 44. He nearly could not get that turn. That was up at turns. Where was that? Oh, that was, yeah, it was up at 9. Yeah. It was up 9. He was like off the racing line and it just had full lot trying to get the thing turned up there. I can remember earlier on in qualifying watching that kart, and he had a couple of moments where he had a lot of understeer going. So whether that's an aero thing or and these things are just on a different level again. You know, longer wheelbase, they're wider, a lot more aero, bigger wings. You don't see any wings in sprint racing at all. And I think the biggest of the tracks around Australia for the sprint racing is probably 1,100, 1,200 metres long. Ipswich Kart Club, Canberra, places like that. And we are very, very spoiled here in Australia with karting facilities and obviously our big motor racing circuits as well.
I think you'll find that too, if you have a look at some of our vision as we go around the track, you can definitely see the racing line, and outside of that, it's getting a little bit dirty, and not necessarily dirt, but marbling up and a few things like that with the different categories of racing. So you get out of that line, you know, you lose a lot of grip on those tyres.
Well, it's even worse. So if someone goes off in a previous race for these things, if there's a little bit of gravel or dirt spread across the track with such a small tyre contact, it's like driving on marbles. Like, it's really, really sketchy. So Shembry's last lap was a 20.4. Like, he's pretty consistent. Harper's, his was a 20.6. Final lap run for Shembry. I can't believe how much that rear wing assembly moves around on that car. It's vicious.
Yeah, no stabilisers really. You can see the stabilisers in the middle, keeping the inside of the wing from obviously coming down under downforce, but not stopping it moving side to side. It just gives you, I suppose, a feeling of how much they're getting thrown around that kart and how violent it is, I suppose, over every bump.
So put this into comparison. We talked about the 125 Rotax class that started off the coverage at 30 horsepower. These are 3 times the power of those with 250. So twice the engine size, another cylinder, and 3 times the horsepower.
Well, come around for the final corner for our race leader, and Shembry holding on to this one. Checkered flag is out, and Nick will take it. Gets himself a race 1 win in the 250 class of the Superkarts here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, followed by Harpers, who come in 2nd position.
Sits his fastest lap of the race on the last lap too. 72 will be in the 3rd position, and that will be Tim Clark in another one of the Anderson chassis. So I think Anderson's 1, 2 and 3 in the international class. 4th on track there is the 44, who's battling with a little bit of understeer at stages through that race, and the leading 250 national runner in behind them of Burville, kart number 39.
Just got to hold on. We've seen how much understeer he potentially has had, but this is the final corner as they come onto the main straight in front of their crew. He'll run it down, and it looks like Clark out of WA in the 44 will end up in 4th position. And then the first of our national class, Burville. That's Brett Burville will get over another Western Australia. So they would have had a lot of racing together as well. Let's have a look at our Group 3 of the Superkarts, or our 250cc class. Nicholas Shembry will be your winner in this one. Isla Harpers in 3rd and Tim Clark in 3rd. When we talk about international class, Brett Burville, who ended up 5th overall, will take out that class win as well. So good little race there from our Superkarts here at Winton Motor Raceway as the conditions are starting to change. They may have got lucky here because the sun is starting to disappear behind a little bit of cloud cover, and we're not too far away from our TA2s. They are rolling out of the sheds and preparing. The greatest minds will be trying to think about what is going to happen. But let's have a look at the highlights now, though, for the 250 Superkarts. And a great start from Harpers really into turn number 1, and caught Shembry sleeping for a moment there.
Yeah, and Harpers actually got very, very sideways through the centre of 1 and 2. So, again, on a colder tyre, still need to get some tyre temperature into these things as fast as they are, and you don't want to get them too sideways because they will just kill the tyre straight away. But Harpers had a moment. Shembry went by him here, and then Harpers had a really big moment up at turn number 7. You just see how twitchy, how much more twitchy these karts are than the lesser horsepower. This is the moment for Elias here, Harper, and wow.
Those brakes, it really unloads the back of it, didn't it? You see the back locking up as well. Slides it in.
That'll keep your attention.
You just mean the heart rate are going? Kept the heart rate going for us up here in commentary. I imagine sitting in the seat.
The heart rate of Harpers.
It'll be beat at 200 beats a minute going down there under brakes. And then checkered flag out, and Shembry took the win, followed by Harpers not too far behind. And there's your highlights of the 250 Superkart race number 1. But yes, our TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing, put their nose out of the sheds. They're not too far away. Let's catch up with our Superkart winners, though, from this last race.
Incredible start from the 250 international field, and Nicholas Shembry, from start to finish, a fantastic job. Tell me, how crucial are the starts in these Superkarts?
Oh, it's super important. The start kind of makes a big difference, obviously, in any racing. But those first kind of couple of laps are when the tyres are at their peak. So you want to get that gap and then it's easy to maintain it later on, but it's all about getting that gap initially.
Well, you did a masterclass in that. Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
We'll do what we can.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, there we go. Ilya Harper said he's still got a big smile on his face. Just for a moment there, took the lead, didn't he? He got the jump on the start. So, you know, this battle's going to continue on because we do have them back tomorrow as part of the race.
It's just me, or his eyes are still quite wide open up that moment up at turn 7.
It's what they're cleaning out of his seat at the moment. It's probably a bit more worrying for me. I tell you what, we're not too far away from kicking off the start. Race number 1 for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. Don't go anywhere. The horsepower is about to be unleashed. We'll be back after this short break. Well, the hairs on the back of the neck start to stand up and the goosebumps are coming out because the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars framed by Hi-Tec steel framing are fired up and they are coming out on the circuit and getting prepared for race number 1. Now, they've got to get round Winton Motor Raceway. It's 12 corners, just under 3 kilometres. And how do they do it? Let's check that out now.
Hi and welcome to beautiful Winton Raceway. I'm Mark Crutcher driving the number 4 Crutcher Developments Mustang. Let's do a lap. Here we are going down to turn 1, 230 k's an hour, back to third, second. Just clip the inside apex there and the inside of this and let the car drift right out to the left. We're being a bit safe today because it's very wet on the edges at the moment. Back down to second gear here, slow the car through trail braking all the way through, back on the power. Big braking area here, bring it to the inside and release the power once again. Now we have a big sweeper here, very hard to control, a lot of offs here. Keep it in nice and tight, let the car float out, float out, float out. keep it on and then bring it back straight. Now we're going from third back to second, back to first here for the slowest part of the track through the boobs. Very easy to redline the car here and wheel spin. I'll keep the most direct line I can. Some other drivers go a bit wider here, but I like to go direct through, just keeping the pace, trying to keep the car flowing through, being patient, back on the accelerator, first to second, up to third, down to about the 180 metres, heavy on the brakes, bring it in. You'd normally clip the inside apex here, wait, and accelerate again through. You can get up to second, third, sometimes you'll hit fourth here if you nail it, but it's a bit wet today, so we're trying to be a little bit safe. Back to second, run into a little bit of traffic, that's the boys, they're great sponsors of the category, THF boys. Back around on the straight, wait, and put power down. It's a beautiful little racetrack, Winton, it's a pleasure to drive it. Mark Crutcher.
Oh, what Mark Crutcher doesn't tell you is he's normally got Jordan Cox in the ears telling him exactly what he's doing out there here, but he's done a fantastic job this weekend, I tell you what. Let's head down and speak to some of our drivers, though, down on the grid.
Josh Haynes, it's been your weekend so far, 10 more laps to go.
Yeah, look, it's been a good start to the weekend. Good to be starting on the front row alongside Brad. We've had some good battles throughout the year. So, yeah, the Herzog Steel Mustang's quick. Thanks to the whole team for a stellar job. And, yeah, hopefully we can give it the berries and have a good race.
Thank you. Over to you, Jared.
Here with Brad Gartner, and there's just some final instructions going on in the radio. Starting from the first row, it's a good spot, but I'm sure you would have liked that spot right next to you.
Yeah, it would have been cool, but as I said earlier, just got to have a straight car, and we've got a nice race car. Obviously, we're fast in some good sectors, and it's just my job now to put it all together. The boys done an amazing job, so I can't thank them enough.
Fantastic stuff. Looking forward to this first race.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Mark Bailey, that was a cracking top 10 shootout for your first try. Now you find yourself on the second row.
Yeah, it's good. Got a lot more vision.
Back to you, Jared.
Driving for TFH Hire, Josh Thomas, and run me through your day so far, mate. You're feeling confident, you're feeling calm.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty good, mate. So I was P4 in quali, and then, to be honest, I was kind of dreading the shootout for a bit because I was like, oh, it's a one lap or you're at the back. So, no, I ended up, P3, so pretty happy, mate.
Great stuff. Keep an eye out for one of the two TFH Hire cars out there in race one.
Well, it could be any one of those TFH Hire cars because they have been super quick, haven't they? I mean, it's the two on the front we're going to keep talking about because so far they've been the ones setting the pace throughout the season, really. If it hasn't been one, it's been the other. There's been a couple of people, I suppose, visit the series out there. Tommy Heyman, we called him Quick Time Tommy when it came to the bend because he was just superior. But when we talk to our regular season competitors, they're the two that are really shown us what pace they've got. But you've got to put it together for a race because we've seen Josh Haynes, Morgan Park hasn't been fun for him for 2 years straight, but every other track he's had good results at. So can he do it again here at Winton? Because much like Brad, he comes to the Winton 300s. He comes and does testing here. This is, being from the ACT and Brad obviously on the border of South Australia, Victoria, this is like a home track to them.
Yeah, well, he raced here with Michael Ricketts in the little Nissan Pulsar out of Super TT a few weeks back, so yeah.
Let's have a look at how the grid's going to fire up. You can see it down there. Josh Haynes and Brett Gartner alongside each other. Josh Thomas and Mark Bailey on the second row. Aaron Prosser and John Hollinger will be in the third row. Then there's Mark Crutcher and Des Collier and Jason Pride and Graham Cheney on the fifth row. Of course, Graham Cheney, unfortunately, in the top 10 shooter, had a big moment on turn number 5 and ended up shooting off the track, which hurt his time. Hayden Jackson and Robbie Farr will be on the sixth row. What an inclusion Robbie Farr is.
That's an impressive qualifying.
And what an impressive qualifying for his first time ever. Now, he hasn't done any racing, though, in TA2. So we'll wait and see how he goes with that. We're not expecting him to work his way through the pack. But, I mean, if he can start and finish where he is, that would be an incredible start to his TA2 career.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'd say that is the goal. We are on board with one of the most distinctive race helmets in Australia. That helmet is featured on Robbie's head for probably close to 30 years, that design. It is so cool. And again, I'm going all fanboy because I'm just a huge Robbie Farr fan, and what he's done in sprint car racing and midgets and open wheels in Australia is a pretty cool deal. And to have him here as part of TA2 now, and he's excited about it. I know you guys have spoken to him. So well spoken and represents his sponsors very, very well.
Yeah, no, and it's going to be good to have him on board. I mean, he's in some huge pressure situations before throughout his racing career. So this one's just another one one, and he almost feels, it looks like he's young and vibrant when you're down there because it's a new skill set, it's a new team environment. I think he's a bit more comfortable having the Hi-Tec team behind him because he's been associated with them for over 15 years.
What I compare him to a little bit at the moment where he's at is Robbie being Robbie is as competitive as anyone, but he's got the respect of those around him and he doesn't want to mess anyone up because he is definitely learning his craft. Now, coming back to someone that I refer to, that would be a Shane Van Gisbergen with NASCAR this year, where he's shown the respect of the guys and that around him.
All right, we'll get them out for their warm-up lap. Time to try and get a little bit of heat in those Hoosiers. Hopefully they can get them up to temperature. The clouds have come over and there is no longer sun on the bitumen. It's very warm from today and we've had plenty of racing out there, so the temperature of the bitumen's going to be fine. But we know some of these teams, we see them push the tyres out into the sun during the day. They like to heat them up, all those little things.
Ain't doing that now.
It's not there.
The temperature's dropped too, so we've got cloud cover. I was just trying to jump on the rain radar to see if there was anything coming, but look, I don't think we're going to see anything over the next sort of half an hour here, so we should be all right. So, as you said, tyre temps are going to be way down. The ability to get tyre temperature up in that opening couple of laps, surviving that first couple of laps, especially on the run down to 1 and 2, which is probably the most crucial stopping point, certainly in the early part of the lap, to get through there and not cop any damage or contact with anybody else. So, if you're Josh Haynes, you've got the championship in mind. If Brad gets the start, do you force the issue going on with the rest of this race? I know what I've been saying to him since the second round of the championship. Every time I've walked past him, points, points, points. But you try and tell a motor racing driver to be conservative.
Especially someone young and enthusiastic. I mean, it's a very big difference if we jump on board with Greg Gartner in the Hi-Tec Oils 22 Camaro. So he is going to be starting off the front row alongside. We've seen the aggression that Brad can have throughout his racing.
Oh, look, these two have traded a fair amount of paint over the season, and like they're actually pretty good mates.
There's been some Herzog stickers on the Hi-Tec car and some Hi-Tec stickers on the Herzog car.
Definitely have transferred. Okay, so we talk about tyre temperature. They're going to give them a second warm-up lap to allow them to get, and they did talk about that at the driver's briefing this morning. So I think it was scheduled for 1, but they've given them a second lap to get some more tyre temperature in there, which they'll do with the brake. They'll be on the brake and that through the brake, through the wheel, generating temperature into the tyre carcass too. So that's smart, that's cool. So coming back to the Gartner versus Haynes deal, like, you know, advantage Gartner after Morgan Park, where he really dominated. They traded a little bit of paint there in some pretty difficult conditions at Morgan Park, and I just sensed a little bit of vulnerability with Josh. But then go to QR, and it was just, the tables absolutely turned, and Josh was just on fire, and Brad had nothing for him. And it was sort of, by the end of the weekend, it was a slightly head-down Brad Gartner, who'd obviously lost a lot of points at the start of the championship with that big crash in Sydney with that brand new race car, where they've literally replaced most of the right-hand side of the car. Yeah, so it's really come down to those two. Cheney's there or thereabouts, but look, he's just showed there's a chink in his armour with that off in the top 10 shootout that's dropped him to the 5th row of the grid.
Well, let's talk 10 laps to get around now. I don't think, with 10 laps, it doesn't matter. Whatever tyre you got on now, you're going to stick with it.
That's coming back to another thing that we've spoken about, and we talked about it a little bit at the Bend, where they had a bigger tyre allocation. With trying to keep the tyre under the car for the whole weekend, you've almost got to sacrifice a race where you know you're not going to be strong on your worst tyre set of the weekend. Try and maintain position without overheating things and leaving something to the end of the weekend. So you have to almost sacrifice at least one race through that weekend where you know you're not going to be as fast.
Well, these two, they saved lots of tyres in the qualifying session because they really only did about 10 minutes out of the 20. So we'll wait and see what set they're going to throw in for this one. I'm sure they're going to throw absolutely everything at it. We've got 2 corners to get around, just waiting to see if the safety car leaves us with the lights off. Looks like we've got a race start. We can hear the V8 power up McLaren race engines now. All 8 cylinders are pumping, and they are lined up 2 wide as we come onto the main straight, waiting for the lights to go out. This race is about to kickstart our weekend for the TA2 Muscle Cars. Josh Thomas has the camera on board as well. He's got the perfect seat in the house for these two to lay it down, and here we go. Waiting for that pedal to get smashed right into the firewall. There we go, it's race start time, and they spread out already. Josh Haynes looks like like he's got the nose in front coming in turn one. And Hayden Jackson with a bit of a break, locked up in there, 3 wide there. Having a look at Jason Pride, he's got to make a little bit of contact through here. Lots of dust coming up, and we're already heading down to turn number 3.
On board with Robbie Farr. Haynes won the start. I'm actually surprised at that. I thought Gardner might have forced the issue, but he actually played the conservative game down into turn number 1 and let it settle. I thought he might be a little bit more aggressive with that. On board with Josh Thomas in the 3rd position. So Josh has made a pretty good start in one of the 2 TFH higher Mustangs. Oh, Haynes got a lot of curve on the run up to 7. Just unsettled the car. Crutcher with some front end damage to the nose cone on the front of the number 4 machine. Back on board with Thomas over the back side of the circuit. I'm still trying to get my head around what Mark Crutcher called it on the onboard hot lap.
There's some colourful words of what we call the back ends. There's a few descriptions for it if you talk to the local racers. Now Haynes just trying to settle the car down. Josh Thomas just behind in 3rd. He hasn't done anything too extravagant. Just have a look at Hayden Jackson, who's slowing in the background, and we said he is due for a good weekend in the 81.
Front. The right front guard, it's actually not that bad, but it's just bulged the top of the wheel arch up, so he must have copped a little bit of contact somewhere there. On board with Thomas, really good start, but Haynes, he got the advantage down into turn number 1 and leads at the end of the 1st lap. Bailey back and forth, Crosser in 5th, Crutcher in 6th, Robbie Farr. Going to be an issue. Steve Wilson's got some dramas.
Oh, they continue for Wilson. Hopefully that's not a major issue overnight. Otherwise, the team are going to be very busy in the TFL number 3.
So an issue there for Wilson. So yeah, Crutcher looking at that front nose. So you're looking at it, it looks like it's actually squared up against the radiator. So airflow's not going to be ideal. Aero's not going to be ideal. Will that bring the temperatures up?
Look at Graham Cheney. Well, this is down the pits. Graham Cheney has already made up a number of positions, but this is Hayden Jackson who, well, the bad luck continues. Maybe he's grabbed a gear.
That might be that
jammed.
2nd to 3rd where it's done the crossover and got it jammed between 2nd and 3rd through the gate. That typically, when you see that, that's possibly what's happened there. Cheney
inside the wheel, that's a serious vibration. So he'd never experienced tyre pickup before.
Robbie Farr and the Hi-Tec Oil Safari coffee entry there. There's Steve Coulter. Yeah, now he's filling in for his son this weekend who unfortunately couldn't make it here for family reasons. I know he's watching the coverage, so big shout out to Michael and the family, and all the best for you guys, and I hope you're getting through it. Steve Coulter, though, stepped in the Terps Tippers entry to get some laps in, and we see Sam Kendall, Cam Sendall, we'll get that right.
You reversed that.
I know,
So Cam, that's the TA2 development car. Cam's come out, he's the technical director for the category. They're trying some new things on that car. So starting rear of field, keeping out of the championship contenders way. Cam's a pretty credentialed racer himself. They're just trying some new things going forward to try and again continue to contain costs for this category in Australia. So yeah, gearboxes, engine components and some other things are part of that package. So look, we'll look forward to some of that news coming out for next season in 2025. But ongoing development for these TA2 spec cars in Australia.
Now, I am just keeping an eye on Mark Crutcher where he's sitting at the moment in the lap times. It's looking like nothing's stopping that car at the moment, so that damage may not have impeded on him too much because Graham Cheney caught up with him very quickly but hasn't been able to make a move. So Crutcher's got right back into the groove. I mean, knowing how quick Mark Bailey and Aaron Prosser are on an open track, if they don't have traffic around them, if they stay here with just a little bit of, a little bit of their own space, they're going to be very quick and hard to catch.
I think Crutcher's been really lucky with that deal because just looking at the profile of the front of the bonnet and that nose, it looks like it's actually squared up against the top of the front of the PWR radiator that all of these race cars run. So everything across the category is exactly the same in the packaging. PWR are one of the partners of TA2 and they make a wonderful product. I mean, they are, without a doubt, the leaders in radiator development anywhere in the world. They do, I think, most of the Formula One teams, and their facility on the Gold Coast is very, very impressive. Bailey doing a really good job here, and again, so is Prosser. Bailey's relatively new to the category as well, and Prosser, this is just his second ever race meeting, and I guarantee he is definitely improving with the assistance of Chris Pither on the radio and just looking at the data, looking at the videos and helping them along as the Waltec boys just keeping an eye on the progress there with Jason Pride and the mini car.
He's got 9 wins this season so far.
Okay. And that's why he's leading the championship. So he's got a 1.5 second advantage over Brad Gardner. So I think the conservation things come into this first race. There's some nervous faces down there in the pit lane. The conservation thing at the moment's coming into play with those guys. They've got championships to think about. Gardner's not out of the situation, as Domain Ramsey had a little sideways moment there battling with Danny Reedy. Robbie Farr still in that 11th position. How's this a trial by fire? Because Robbie Farr's first ever circuit race with these, he's never raced with these guys before, and his elbows up and in the mix, and he's not too far actually in behind the likes of Jason Pride, Adet Collier and John Hollinger. John Hollinger's actually gone backwards a little bit off the grid start. So John started out of position 6.
Throw this in the mix. Robbie Farr came here to do testing last week and it rained, and it sort of rained out their test. Friday practice, it rained. He hasn't had a good run being here, so yeah, it's great to see him out there.
It's funny, I spoke to Robbie about that and I said to Vic, look, from my point of view, I would have thought actually going out in the wet and learning how to drive these cars would have been a plus going back to dry, because you're driving the car at its hardest state. And he said, yeah, but the problem was last week when we went to test, we had nothing. We had 2 fuel churns and a wheel spanner, and that was about it. We didn't have a front nose, we didn't have a spare splitter, as Prosser had a little lock up there trying to get by Bailey. Crutcher and Prosser are both looking really racy here. Prosser he picks the right front and then rotates.
No, because he missed him. We get around.
How did Crutcher miss him? How did Crutcher miss him? Oh, I'm up out of the seat on that one. I thought he'd got the pass stuck and he just couldn't get it turned, lost the rear, and it's rotated right across the front of Crutcher's already beaten nose.
Well, wow. I think that's the experience of Crutcher and Cheney there. They saw that unfolding there, and he's gone to the left, and you can see he pinched a brake there trying to pull that one up too. So that's very good driving from Crutcher and Cheney. And to think behind them, you got Hollinger as well and Des Collier. So they've done really well. Now Mark Bailey obviously wasn't going quite quick enough for Prosser. There must be a little bit left in the tank for Prosser in terms of it. Unfortunately, under brakes, like you say, the Hoosier, the difference just locks a tyre up. We'll have a look here in the replay.
Looked like he got it done, but he was just too deep and couldn't get it turned, and it's just locked up the rears. Oh man. That's so close. Like the concertina effect there, if Crutcher had gone involved, Cheney was parked right on his back bumper. Watch this. Oh, you just saw that little hesitation, lift and brake from Crutcher. He has done that so very, very well. There's not too many people that would have gotten away with that. He'll have a smile on his face now, but I guarantee the eyes are like saucers.
Mark Crutcher has been in a few situations the last couple of seasons, and he has just learned from that, and that's fantastic. Josh Haynes still leading this race, Brett Gardner in second. But
Gardner's just actually starting to close the gap. Like, okay, how many laps have we got left to go? 3. So is Gardner going to make a bit of a charge here, or is he just showing to Josh, I've actually got some pace here, buddy. So for the rest of the weekend, look out, because I'm not going to make this easy. He is definitely closing on Haynes, because that gap was out to 1.5 seconds. Eyes on here for Bailey, Crutcher, Cheney, Hollinger. That's 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th with that battle group, and Des Collier is just off behind them. Well, there's the gap. Look at Gardner has closed up. Oh, little mistake from Gardner at 10. He couldn't get it stopped, and again just lost the rear of the car. Had to correct, and it cost him a car length, but he closes back up under brakes. So the last lap, Gardner went PB with a 25.25. Haynes with a 24.87. So has the fastest lap of the race, but that was set a few laps ago, back all the way back on lap number 2. Gardner's got some pace here, but can he make it into a pass?
Well, potentially it could be some tyre pressures coming up for Brad. Maybe he didn't warm them up. Maybe they've gone with a different strategy to Josh Haynes, but he's just showing him, isn't he? Josh Haynes will be looking in the side mirror, and you know what? Brad Gardner goes, I want to put a Hi-Tec oil sticker there, just so you know I'm coming. I'm working
hard at it.
And the car's coming to Brad Gardner at the moment, but he can't afford to overdrive it at this point, because he's going to start hurting those tyres, and potentially a small mistake will just alleviate Josh of that pressure. At the moment, Josh Haynes, well, he doesn't have the pressure at the moment.
They're both moving around. Gardner just another with a big handful of opposite lock. They're both moving around, Matt.
Josh Haynes doesn't have the pressure in the championship. He just needs to get the car home at this point, because they're definitely 1 and 2. He just doesn't need to get caught in a battle with Brad Gardner if he doesn't need to. But Josh Haynes, he's smooth. Look at the Herzog still. The man is still keeping his calm and his nerves.
Over the backside of the circuit, the car is moving around though. So Gardner looking really racy, but he is on the edge trying to keep that thing on the racetrack, and he is filling Josh Haynes' nerves big time. Little half cover from Haynes down into 11. Haynes got the curb. Gardner's right there with him out of the last corner onto the front straight with a lap. Last lap forward is out on the racetrack. Does Gardner try and force the issue here? We talked about it early on with maybe Haynes playing the conservative game, but he won the start, got away from Gardner, but Gardner's come back at him at the end of the race.
Well, position's key. I don't think from Josh Haynes' point of view, unless he's just going to get out of this race, he just needs to stay in front, because if Brad Gardner makes a mistake, that's going to penalise Brad.
Well, they're both very strong under brakes. Both very strong under brakes. They've passed each other through the championship. And again, you know, at Morgan Park, it was Gardner that was dominant in really tricky conditions. Haynes bounced back at QR and, you know, really put the smackdown on Gardner in that one. And that was sort of 1-1. Then at the bend, it was sort of, they were both in damage limitation through the weekend. But Haynes came out of it still with an extended championship lead, and Gardner was the loser out of that deal after they got involved in a couple of incidents throughout the weekend. I think Haynes can hold on here. Oh, he dropped the wheel off. He dropped the wheel off. That was on the run out of turn number 9. This is 10. He got it stopped. He got it turned. Power down. Trying to limit the wheel spin. Actually got a better run out of there than Gardner. Pulled 2 car lengths on him.
Well, the final couple of right-handers. I don't know if Brett Gardner's going to be able to throw it at him at this point. Oh, no, Hayden Jackson's at him, just slowly going down there. Josh Haynes, though, the checkered flag is out. Brett Gardner's going to have to settle for second. Oh, is that Aaron Prosser possibly in the background? But Josh Haynes will take the race number 1 victory in the Herzog Steel Mustang. Brad Gardner in second in the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro. And there's a bit of a gap now. They've opened up a massive gap of nearly 15 seconds to Josh Thomas, who gets home in third. And have a look at this battle pack. Mark Bailey, what an impressive start from him in TA2. Fourth, Crutcher, Cheney, who's worked his way back. Hollinger, Des Collier makes it into the top 10 as well. And that's in 8th position for him. Jason Pride will bring it home. And will this be a top 10 finish? Well, we're on board with Robbie Farr, and what a remarkable finish. Makes it into the top 10 in his first ever TA2 race.
I reckon Farry's got a big smile on his face just looking at the eyes there. So I forgot, Des Collier's one of the sprint car boys as well. Des has raced sprint cars too, so that's a good effort from him. But Robbie Farr on debut, like, an awesome effort at position number 11 in a pretty solid field. But I think Mr. Gardner there right at the end. Did Farry get up to 10th? He did too.
Well, we had a little Prosser had a moment. That's why, I believe.
That was too. Was Prosser dropped back? So
well, let's have a look at our official results here. Josh Haynes, your winner, followed by Gardner. What a fantastic battle that was in the final few laps of that race. Josh Thomas running his own race. Mark Bailey held on because Crutcher, Cheney and Hollinger were right behind him. Des Collier not too far behind. Jason Pride in 9th, and Robbie Farwell kept his nose clean and makes it into the top 10.
So Domain Ramsey did get into the 11th position, which is where I thought Robbie was, and Brett Nile in 12th. He was aiming for the top 10 through the weekend, so he's not too far away from that.
Yeah, you have a quick look down there. Steve Calder gets the car home in 16th. Hayden Jackson had to come in the pits. Aaron Prosser, Steve Wilson, we saw him. Well, he left the race very early there in the number 3 Telfor entry there, and that's coming out of turn 2. So hopefully that's not too much damage on that car, something they can repair overnight. We've still got 3 races to run tomorrow here for the TFH TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this first race, though, and see what we think about this as we opened up those V8s and we let them roar down the main straight. Josh Haynes, well, he got an early advantage and said, you know what, I'm leading into turn number 1. Try your best, Gardner.
Well, he did have the inside line, which was favoured. I'm just trying to figure out where Crutcher picked up the damage. So that was almost like off the race start, or even down to the race start where Crutcher picked up that front end damage.
Josh Haynes just looked like the car had a lot more grip early on. Maybe they got different tyre pressures. They set that car up. And Hayden Jackson was having a good run at this point too. He was holding him to the fight. Now, this was the first car we saw retire, and it's the number 3 of Wilson there, the Telfoil entry, and that was just coming out of turn number 2. Pulled in nice and safe. And this is where we saw Hayden Jackson 81. Car jacked up. We saw it underneath. We got down there, confirmed. That's just the linkages on the shifter jamming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Prosser here was looking very, very racy, battling here with Mark Bailey. I actually thought he got this pass done, but he'd obviously overcommitted on this. So he's got down there nice, and then he's gone, oh, I've got to get this thing stopped and turned. Didn't quite get it done, but look how close. Crutcher had the anchors out. He had the parachutes out. He had everything out to try and get that thing stopped and avoid collecting the Prosser number 91.
We thought the Herzog Steel Mustang had gone away at Josh Haynes, but Brett Gardner was just chipping away at that little gap that they had. And in the final 2 laps, he was right on the back of this car. And at moments there, it looked like they almost made contact, but Josh Haynes, well, he kept the cool in the final moments. He didn't have to do too much. He just had to get this car home. He's super quick, and the number 37 will take the race 1 win here for round number 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We line them up down there on pit lane. Let's head down to our winners. They're going to be super excited.
Josh Haynes taking it out in race 1. Brad Gardner was mounting the pressure in the late stages.
Yeah, 100%. Like, well done to Brad. He was coming there. So we had a good start, built a really nice gap, and then I don't know what's going on. We're going to have to look over something. I was really struggling with a couple of things. So all in all, really good. The Herzog Steel Mustang was quick, and I'm sure the team at Waltec will do a stellar job to get us back out on track tomorrow. So bring it on. Well done. Thanks very much, and thanks everyone at home.
Brad Gardner, P2. You reeled him in at the end there. You must have been hoping for a few more laps.
Yeah, a few more laps. It was great. Josh Grove didn't put a foot wrong, and I'd like to think I didn't either. So once we get those first couple laps sorted, I think we'll be fine. So really great for the whole team, Tim, Rob and Adam, so the whole team. So thanks, George, for giving me this car. And just like to say a massive hello to everyone back home. So thank you. Keen for tomorrow.
Back to you, Jared.
Josh Thomas rounds out your top 3 in race 1, starting from 3rd, finishing in 3rd.
Yeah, mate, I got a pretty good start behind Hainesy and kept with the boys for a bit, but then I decided I didn't want to really get involved in their battles, so I just kind of sat back and nursed the gap, nursed the tyres, and maybe have a crack at them a bit later in the weekend.
Discretion, the better part of valour. We're looking forward to race 2.
Yeah, mate, I'm pretty excited. Just one thanks to my dad. He's obviously the whole of TFH, the reason I do this. And thanks to Matty and the crew as well. So, yeah, thanks, guys.
Doing them proud. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, buddy. Cheers.
We alluded to that, didn't we, Jamie, about the tyres, about whether we can serve them, whether you have a good race. And he knew he couldn't keep up with them at that point. They've got their own little battle going on. So does he come at them at the next race?
Wondering what Hainesy's alluding to there with a couple of issues late in that race. We might have to dig a little bit deeper into that.
Oh, well, the action's still to come your way. The Legend cars aren't too far. They're in pit lane. We'll be back after this short break. All right, let's have a look at the highlights, though, of our Legend Cars Australia for their race number 1 that happened a little bit earlier today. And Rob Hogan, well, he jumped out in the 46 pretty early in the White Rhino entry and did really well to dominate this one, too, all the way to the end. Ryan Pring was fighting a little bit further back and had to work up. This happened very early, and that was Nathan Preto and the number 30 coming together. I wasn't quite sure who he made contact with. It might have been Coulthard there, and they managed to get themselves separated and rejoin the race a little bit later on. Now, Shane Tate early on, he had a nice little charge into second position over Hourigan and was trying to hold on to that one until a bit later on where Hourigan got back by. In the meantime, the number 27, about midway through the race, had a moment there. We saw a little bit of smoke coming out of that left-hand side as well. So not quite sure what happened to Nathan Locke there out of Queensland. This was Hourigan getting the second position back, though, over Shane Tate as the race progressed on. Billy Finnegan just in the background there in the number 86. Good to have him back from Ireland and racing with us once again here at round 5 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. He had a big dive down the inside. He was not worried about ripple strips. He was making that stick and got it done over Shane Tate. Thought Tate might have come around the outside, but Billy just covered him off there. Ryan Pring in the background now. That's where the championship fight is between Ryan Pring and Shane Tate at the moment. So good to have them very close together in the final moments. Mark Duckworth in the last lap of the race decided he would spin that car out, unfortunately, on his own accord. Luckily, no one else in that incident either, and he did finish the race. So great to have so many people joining us here at Winton Motor Raceway. The clouds, unfortunately, have taken any bit of heat that was out there away, and we are frantically looking at the radar because there was some vision a little bit earlier of some precipitation that was just lightly falling. Let's have a look, though, at how this grid's going to start out. It's going to be Rob Hogan and Brendan Hourigan off the front row, Billy Finnegan and Ryan Pring in the second row, and then Shane Tate and Scotty Morgan, Benny Goodridge and Aidan Williams, Scotty Melville and Asker Sendell.
Starting out of position 11, you got Lincoln Pope, Bruce Duckworth out of 12, followed by Chris Spicer, Josh Hourigan, Timothy Greed, Darren Bradley, Nathan Preto, who had some issues in that first race, and then go back to Mark Duckworth, James Brett and Nathan Locke. 23 starters for race number 2 for Legends Cars Australia here at the Winton Motor Raceway.
It's always good fields we get with the Legend Cars Australia. We haven't had less than 20, no matter where we've been, Morgan Park, wherever. We probably had the most sedate start that we've seen from them ever, where we didn't see them go 5 wide.
Yeah, that was definitely a conservative start. So we talked about the weather, and I've just been on the rain radar. There is some light showers over the top of the circuit right now, and the reason I know that is because on our onboard camera there, I think with Aidan, there was some drops on the windscreen. So shouldn't be too much of a problem for these guys because they are on a multi-purpose Nankang Legend tyre that is treated and contend with dry conditions and wet conditions. It's not super heavy or anything like that. It's just a little bit of a shower floating around. And whereas yesterday the weather was coming from our left here at the racetrack, it's actually coming right in behind us now as we go on board with Brendan Hourigan. We are racing with the Legends.
Finnegan has a look down the inside, Tate on the inside of Pring, but he's not going to make a stick, and Morgan just behind. Now Bruno's going to have to work his way back through. Nathan, good to see him back joining us. Didn't make it to South Australia either, with some work commitments, but great he could make it down. And again, with work being so busy with his races, Nathan only made it down here this morning, so he's had a big weekend, and great to see him getting back in the field. Let's have a look at our leaders, though. They're right up the front. They're all bunched up, but another really clean start from the Legends. Not that we normally see a lot of contact, but we do see them jostling for position, going 2 and 3 wide.
I wonder if the boss has had a word to them about 1 and 2, and just, guys, do not destroy each other on the race starts. Let's just get through the first part of the lap. I've been to some driver briefings, and I've been to TA2 driver briefings where they've tried to sort of talk about that at various racetracks with those pinch points off race starts. And I wonder if Mr. Ward's maybe had a couple of words to the boys, because they've been very, very well behaved, and we don't say that a lot about our Legends cars.
Yeah,
I mean it in a good way.
I shouldn't say they're badly behaved. I should say they have a great racing culture.
It's like
and they push it to the limit.
It's like racing a teenage kid, raced by a teenage kid.
Well, we can see a lot more on the windows over these onboards. We get on board with.
It's really light.
Williams,
it's not a huge issue, but the temperature has plummeted. It was a super stonking hot 18 degrees for Victoria, but it's definitely cooled down there outside. I just popped out the back commentary to check if there was a little bit of drizzle in the air, and I shouldn't have gone out there with the t-shirt on.
Well, Finnegan didn't need to make the move down the inside. He actually used the racetrack that time in an overtaking manoeuvre, because last race we saw him on the inside of the ripple strip. So he's got that done over Hourigan now, who's demoted back to 3rd place, and Ryan Pring is right on the back of that. So Pring's made a few little changes to this car. He's holding onto the championship at the moment by a slim 25-point margin. Well, after that last race, he actually has a little bit more than that, actually. It would have bumped down to about 37 points. So he just needs to continue doing that, because although he's had an Australian title, Pring, he's never had an Australian championship.
Okay, back on board with Aidan Williams. Solid top 10 for him. That's Goodrich just up ahead in the orange and white 97. I think Morgan just started ahead of them in that bright red number 16 machine. So things just starting to settle down a little bit. It's definitely a lot darker out there around Winton. Oh, Hourigan with a big handful of oversteer. I think he may have got the curb maybe on the inside at 8. And I'm still trying to get my head around what Mark Crutcher said is describing that sequence of corners. I've heard a worse name for it. Well, I mean, it's not a bad name for a corner. I've just never heard it called that. Tony Quinn at Hampton Downs in New Zealand had a corner at the new extension sequence of corners. I can't even repeat what they called it, but it did make commentary in New Zealand. That's all I'm going to say.
And there we go, a little battle going on, and of course that is the 47 Lincoln Pope. As he just gets a manoeuvre done on there. Looks like he's got past Scotty Melville in the 81, so he'll make his way up into the top 10 now. 10th position. Now Morgan making a move on Shane Tate. Tate needs to stay in this championship fight. He can't afford to keep losing positions. Needs to stay with Ryan Pring. I know they're going to one more round after this, and they do have 5 races per round. Obviously, the next round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series will be the final round of the championship, but also the Aussie title. So, you know, Tate and Pring, they are exchanging point for point, as well as Rob Hogan in the background as well. So they're very close, and it can go any way mathematically, and they're unpredictable, these cars. Aidan Williams now at the moment in 8th position. Sorry, Goodridge just in front of him.
So Hourigan's just done the fastest first sector split at a 29.4. Goodridge was actually faster than that momentarily, as Hourigan's gone purple in the second sector as well. So he's got a bit of pace going on in the number 1 machine. Morgan versus Goodridge. That's for 6th and 7th. Back on board with Williams.
Yeah,
You said that Morgan. It sounded like you said that with a Kiwi accent, but it's actually Fushin. I've been Fushin.
Pushing for some shutters and blinds.
Yeah, yeah. No, it sounded very Kiwi-esque, that one. All right, back on board with Hourigan. So he's got purple in the fastest lap of the race at a 35.8. He's the only driver in the 35s.
Watch out. Morgan needs to be careful because the 97 of Goodridge is right behind him. The Kingpin wraps and Morgan Motorsport entry. Fantastic origin. You can tell they've obviously associated with the company that does wraps on cars. Makes the car pop too. That orange on top, white on bottom. Morgan obviously red. Just making sure people know exactly where he is, all thanks to Morgan Motorsports and Snap on Hunter Valley. Oh, it's under brakes.
Finnegan was sort of loose mid-corner, and Hourigan had so much more mid-corner speed, and he's had a little understeer moment, and that translated back to oversteer. He's got his hands full. Still just a little, very, very light drizzle around the circuit, so it's just almost a really, really light mist. You can't see it on the screens, but it is definitely a little bit of drizzle still in the air.
Well, it is. We've got one on the camera now, so that always changes.
Pring just had a moment. He had a lock-up.
I did see that puff of smoke in the background there. You stay on board here with our leaders. Rob Hogan needs to watch out because Billy Finnegan, he's not really quick. They're matching time for time and staying 1 second apart, but Brendan Hourigan's keeping the pressure on the back of Billy.
Finnegan's struggling to get turned, so through 11 and 12 that time he had big time understeer. Either that or it's a really, really different wider line, but he, through a couple of the corners, Hourigan's got so much more pace, but Billy's just parked right in the centre of it and he can't go by him, so I'd be very, very surprised if there's not contact coming up here shortly between these two.
Well, I wonder whether Hourigan watched the last race back and seen the Finnegan move from down the inside.
The Irish slide job.
He might have a look coming into turn 1 maybe next time around, you never know. Only 8 laps in this race and we're already at the halfway point.
Just looking at, they're running a little AIM data logger there, like actually shows you the gear change count and all that sort of stuff. That's cool. Ah, there's that contact I spoke about. Right in the centre of turn number 7.
Just a little bump and run.
Yeah, a little bump and run, but it cost him a car length. So Finnegan...
It's really working to Hogan's advantage at the moment.
Yeah.
They were reeling him in. They're down to 0.8 of a second. That might just go back out.
Remember,
to 1
Hogan
second.
ran away and hid in that first race, which is really unusual for these cars. So while Finnegan's sort of, I don't know if he's holding up Hourigan, but like he's definitely lacking a little bit of mid-corner speed. So here it is here. Hourigan arrives with a lot more pace and gives Billy the old tickle up.
Pretty square though on those bars and that bar work. So it wasn't like he hit him in a corner and forced Finnegan to be unsettled. It just really just gave him a little bit of a shunt, luckily. Ryan Pring might be able to take a little bit of advantage out of this one too, because we know once they bunch up, anything can happen coming out of a corner. Finnegan moves over and just lets the air get in the front of Hourigan. So Hourigan's not probably going to have the old Irish slide job down into turn number 1. No, he's going to stick behind him and try and do this the old-fashioned way.
So the top 4 are all within a tenth of each other at outright lap speed at the moment. So Hogan extends. He's out to beyond 1 second now. So handling-wise, just watching Finnegan's number 86 there in second, it's just got no mid-corner grip. It gets the thing stopped and gets it turned. Oh, the 6, you're not supposed to be reversing there. It's got some damage to the right side of the bumper. Where actually, I thought I saw that at the start of the race where he had that little bit of damage to the right rear of that bumper.
That's Timmy Reed and the Scott Civil and Meadowy Car Care entry, the number 6.
Back on board with Hourigan. He's still trying to find a way around Finnegan as we look at the replay here. Oh, yeah. It's gone off fairly quickly and stays out of the tyres.
That was probably the luckiest part of that, because there isn't a lot of runoff on that side right here coming out of 2 either, and you can scrape yourself along the Hi-Tec or
so that was through,
wall,
yeah,
so
that was
lucky.
through 1 and 2. So the approach to there is probably, it'd be 200 kilometres an hour in these cars, I reckon. I think the TA2 boys were talking about 230 in a straight line on Mark Crutcher's onboard. So the approach to there, that would definitely be a bit of an undies moment.
Well, Finnegan looks like he's just opened up a tiny gap on Brendan Hourigan, just enough to have breathing space. One mistake, though, he's going to be right back there. Rob Hogan now, that's blown out to a 1.4 second gap up to first place, which was down to 8/10 of a second. So
well, Hogan's just done the fastest lap of the race. And he's put 3/10 on that lap. So exactly what you said.
Hogan's building his momentum up in this race at the moment. So he is just slowly increasing his speed. Just getting comfortable. Aidan Williams, though, looks like he might be all over the back of Scotty Morgan. Will he have an opportunity to move his way up into 7th position in a moment? Scotty Morgan needs to watch out. He was another position up, but looks like Goodrich has got the job done.
So Aidan Williams looking pretty strong here. That was a great onboard shot. You couldn't get too much closer to the back of Morgan's number 16 machine. Again, Hourigan, and again, Finnegan's just got no mid-corner. I think Hourigan might be able to clear him. He hasn't got the inside line. I think he's given Billy's still there to the left. There's a little bit of side-by-side action going on here between the 1 and the 86. I think they're still side-by-side.
Chris Cross can see in the side rail. Look at the right-hand side. No, Billy's pulled him behind him. Great vision.
That was a good exchange.
Oh, hang on, he's coming down the inside.
Oh, here we go. Is he? No, he didn't quite get there. That was a really good exchange. There was probably a little bit of side-by-side contact going on there, but Finnegan actually had the inside line to 8. And Hourigan was able to, as off. Finnegan does go up the inside. He's actually caught Hourigan napping there a little bit, because Hourigan's opened up a gap that you could have driven a Kenworth through, and then might have just ran him out of room, ran himself out of room a little bit there. I don't know if that was so much a Billy's deal. Hourigan sort of tried to live there, but yeah, he either couldn't get it stopped and turned in at 11, and Billy made that look pretty easy. Aidan Williams on Morgan.
He might get this move done too. He'll be on the inside though as they come up, so Morgan.
Yep, got it done.
Yes, he's done it. This continues on. Hourigan and Billy Finnegan, they are going to continue this battle for 2nd position at the moment, and Hourigan throwing everything out of the dust, kicked up Hogan? Just in front.
Yeah, Hogan dropped the wheel off. Hogan dropped the wheel off. Lap. So Hogan, final lap, doing it pretty easily as the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th rages it behind.
So Hogan on the final lap now. He's got a clear run. He just needs to keep this together for a few more corners. Finnegan right behind. Hourigan hot on his tail. Pring in 4th. Tate just behind. He's closed the gap right up to Pring. Although Pring, every time he goes down, this is going to be another 10 or 12 points that he's building that lead up when it comes to the championship.
Yeah, penultimate round of the championship, that's all he needs to be doing, is keeping Tate behind him on the racetrack. And if someone else can help him and put another car between himself and Tate, it's only going to advantage Ryan Pring in the 333.
Well, the other guy needs to keep behind him is this guy who's winning right now. Rob Hogan will get himself another race win, and that's 2 from 2 now. for Rob Hogan and a swag of points as he was only 60 points behind in the championship coming into this weekend. So it's a good start from Rob Hogan. This one's going to really tighten things up as the weekend progresses here in the Legend Cars Australia. It is building to a phenomenal final round at One Raceway in just 3 weeks' time. But, you know, plenty more action still to come your way today. And, of course, tomorrow we'll still have the Formula RX8s and the Australian Super TT to come this afternoon. But the Legend Cars Australia, well, they'll get their final race on the Saturday program run and done. Of course, they do have 3 races out on track here at Winton Motor Raceway tomorrow. Aidan Williams did a fantastic job as we get on board up to 7th position. Here's your results. Rob Hogan with the win, followed by Billy Finnegan, who holds out Brendan Hourigan in those final couple of exciting laps. Then it's back to Ryan Pring, Shane Tate, Ben Goodridge, Aidan Williams in 7th, Scotty Morgan, Lincoln Pope and Asker Sendel in 10th. Scotty Melville ended up in 11th with Josh Hourigan. Bruce Duckworth, Nathan Preto worked his way up to 14th. Chris Spicer, Darren Bradley, Mark Duckworth, Blake Hayne, Timothy Reid and Nathan Locke will round out your 20. And of course we've got a few more to go. Rob Coulthard, Kyle Murphy and James Brett, who got a lap down there just at the end in 23rd position. So 23 of our Legend Cars Australia. Just having a look, Ryan Pring on 1,899 points, which gives him a 31-point lead over Shane Tate. And look, Rob Hogan slowly catching him. Let's have a look at some of the highlights there of the Hi-Tec oils. All thanks to Hi-Tec oils of the Legend Cars Australia. Great start here, Rob Hogan on the inside line. Billy Finnegan, look at him come from way back. Ryan Pring put his nose in for a moment there. I thought he had the run down the inside. Might have been up to 3rd. Nathan Preto made up a number of positions there. We can see in the 8-4 media entry as well. Billy Finnegan was fairly aggressive at the start here, though. He said, you know what, I'm not going to give that position up at all, and he pushed on as well.
Like you, I thought that Pring would have got an advantage off that start because he probably had the more favoured line, but Finnegan must have had a little bit more momentum to keep out there and keep ahead of him. This battle just went to war over the entire race distance between Finnegan and Hourigan, and I think they might have had a little bit of a touch going probably 5 or 6 times as the 6 with a big high-speed spin through turns 1 and 2 to Timmy Reid.
Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that one. Now, for a moment there, Hourigan managed to get the move done. Now, they were wheel to wheel for quite a bit, and Billy Finnegan had to go here and got the move done, and then they just ran out a little bit of racing room. I'm not quite sure who. Probably should have given way there, though, but in the end, Hourigan didn't lose too much room. He comes home in 3rd, followed by Pring and Tate. So the championship's still well and truly alive, and plenty of people mathematically in the equation there coming into these final few races this weekend, and of course heading to our final round in just 3 weeks' time at One Raceway. So the Legend Cars Australia, well, they'll take them back to the pits. They will get those cars serviced and ready for 3 races on our Sunday schedule tomorrow. Fantastic to see them, and it looks like the little bit of the droplets falling from the sky have just held out for that race as well. Our Formula RX8s are up next. In the meantime, let's catch up with our winners from the Legend Cars Australia.
Rob Hogan goes 2 from 2 in race 2. Congratulations, mate. You were starting to pull the gap again in the dying stages of that race.
Yep. Yeah, the car was just felt like it's on rails in the last few laps. It just started to come really good, so be able to pull the gap. Yeah, it was great.
You've done a fantastic job. Let's hope the same form carries on to tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be off 10 tomorrow, so reverse grid. So yeah, we'll see how we go from there.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Billy Finnegan, you took no prisoners in that one.
Yeah, it was a good race. I just couldn't catch Rob, but me and Brandon had a good race. Yeah.
Okay, cheers.
Brendan Hourigan, I have to say, Billy Finnegan had the elbows up on that final corner, didn't he?
He definitely had the elbows up. It was all pretty fair, but it was good racing, yeah.
Any difficulties with traction out there?
No, it wasn't. The spots weren't enough to bring it alive. I would have liked a few more raindrops, but that's the way it is, yeah.
Keeps life interesting. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Well, the elbows definitely were up with that racing. I'll tell you what, they put on some exciting stuff. They'll be back tomorrow. The Formula RX8s aren't too far away. Stay on that couch and stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly. Well, we return to racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. It's the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series round number 5. And yes, it's getting a little bit cloudy out there at the moment and a little bit gloomy, but the Formula RX-8s, they're out for race number 1. And this is how it's going to start off. Brock Payne going to lead us off the front row with Jeff Conn alongside, followed by Rob Bowden, Ivan Vartagiato, Steve Devjack, Josh Thomas, Josh Derwin, Diesel Thomas, Braden Taylor and Ayrton Philippi.
Ayrton Philippi carrying an onboard camera for us this weekend. Stacey Vickers out of 11, Liam Hall, Brett Thompson, Paul Spiteri, Jamie Canales, Shad Hassan, Jason Gala, Derek Lack, Sam Silvestro and Leslie Reeves. Should be a few more in there as well. I think we had 21 for the weekend. Did the 17 make it back out there after their engine change? Not on the grid list by the looks of it.
Not there, yes. That's unfortunate. That's going to be...
Steve Simmons and the Industry Beans RX-8 who lost an engine yesterday. They got one sourced out of Melbourne and were putting it in the car this morning, but I don't think they've made it out onto the grid for this first race of the weekend.
Well, Brock Payne, let's have a talk about this. He is 8 wins in a row at the moment. That is an unbelievable feat. He's Queensland Raceway 4 from 4, Shell V-Power Motorsport Park 4 from 4 at our last round. He had a win earlier in the year at Sydney Motorsport Park as well. Heap of seconds. I'm just having a look at of all the races, he has only missed out on a podium once, and that was at Morgan Park.
Wow. Yeah, that's impressive. And look at the bend for me too. With
that's more than impressive.
Yeah.
That is 16 races with 15 podiums.
So at the bend, he was really under the weather too. He was fighting off a really, really bad cold or the flu and was pretty much under the weather. On board here with Ayrton Philippi. I love the little truck on the dash. I can't help but think that's got to be a distraction. So there is a little bit of misty rain still floating around. I thought the temperature... The difference is we've got no sunshine over the top of the circuit. We've got this little light misty rain around that's enough to have the windscreen wipers going on with these RX-8s.
Well, the windscreen wipers are on for a few of them. They want to keep it nice and clear, but we're about to go away standing start for our RX-8s as well. All thanks to TFH Hire, and there's 3 of them in the field this weekend, and Brock Payne's one of them. He's been dominating, and look at him leading the first corner, the young gun Jeff Connell, and Rob Bowden, who's second in the championship, needs to stay in this fight, and he puts a nose in there. He'll come out of this in 3rd position, but he had a moment coming into turn number 2. We've already got Philippi off onto the dirt. It's a rough ride, but he manages to gather it up, and I don't know how he's rejoined that, and we haven't had anything go wrong.
That was lucky. So Derwin went by him in the 42. That was it sounded rough on the onboard because it was bouncing on that grass area between 1 and 2 as... Was that Devjack dropping a wheel off ahead of the 2 TFH cars? Windscreen wipers are definitely on. Like, again, these cars, like the Legends, are on a Nankang tyre. It's a different tyre. The Nankangs on the Legends are a Legends spec tyre. These are a Nankang AR1S class spec tyre for the Formula RX-8, so they can handle the wet, they can handle the dry, obviously, so not too much of a concern. Super TT coming out next. Now, there are a few cars on slicks, but right now, I don't think it would be anywhere near wet enough to be an issue for a hot slick tyre. Getting out there on the warm-up lap's going to be fun, but it's definitely not wet enough for that.
Well, Brock Payne, he's just starting to lead himself away. It's already broken out to 1.5 seconds. So we'll check out some of these battles a little bit further on down the pack. Now we get back on with Ayrton Philippi, and look, he had that little excursion there, didn't he, at the start? So that's probably putting back just a couple of positions there. Derwin just in front, and of course the 2 Thomases from TFH Hire just in front of them again. So he's still in a pack, and he can fight his way back into this one.
Yeah, Josh will still be on a little bit of a high after his podium in TA2, and the tough thing for him, and we've spoken about it briefly, I think there's a couple more races over the weekend back to back where he's pretty much got to get straight out of one and into the other, and is going to be a little bit squeezed for time to do that. Vantagiato just got a little bit of an awkward one through 1 and 2 there, and he's got Devjack, the very experienced Devjack, right on the back bumper of the Grinio number 89.
Steve Devjack, he was super impressive in Sydney. He's the only one that's really dominated over Brock Payne. Got himself a number 1 qualifier in Sydney, as well as 4 wins from 4 races. So I was pretty surprised actually to have his qualifying pace a little bit further down for Devjack. He's going to put a heap of pressure on Ivan. This is good for Ivan because he's new to the RX-8s. He's had a little bit of driver training in the background. They've just built this car. He's the only South Aussie in the field. last round at South Australia was pretty much the debut of his own car. He wasn't leasing it, and they've had a couple of niggly problems with the car. It's looking a lot better this weekend, though. They've managed to get that out. So having Devjack behind him is really going to... You know, this is where I was fasting. This is what I was doing. Like, Devjack actually goes through the field and relays a lot of his racing experience onto the younger generation.
Ah, that's very, very cool. Well, he certainly had his hands full over the back at up to 7 because he was all over the curbs trying to sort of clear Ivan and he couldn't get it done. So Vantagiato's got some good pace at the moment. He's in that 4th position.
Payne just laying down lap after lap. Look at 137.89.
Only one in the 37s. Only one in the 37s. So.
Well, Jeff Connell's the only one to take a sector off him. Just.
Yeah, he's gone fastest in the 3rd sector. Right, here's Josh Thomas. Everyone I've showed it to said, oh man, they are so cool. Volkswagen Beetle silhouette style cars, and they do endurance racing over there, and like the 25-hour one they've got coming up at Spa later on in the year is going to be epic. And we were talking about it last night, and I think the only reason they've called it the Spa 25 hours, they're not allowed to call it the Spa 24 hour because that's already held as a very, very big event.
Mate, those cars look absolutely incredible. Here we go.
Oh, that's Derwin and Philippi. So Philippi had his arms up there. Maybe he's had a go at trying to get by Derwin. Derwin's got out of shape, and there was a little bit of frustration going on there in the cockpit of the 42 of 42 of Philippi. No, sorry, 46 of Philippi. Derwin's in the 42.
Yeah, is that
who's slowing there?
Philippi's slowing down now in the 46.
No, the 49 sort of looked like Liam Hall. It's either missed a gear or something, but it was definitely slowing. Let's have a little look at the replay here. So there's the TFH boys going through. Ah, okay. So that was where the frustration was with Derwin and Philippi. I think Philippi might have got a run up to the inside, and they've made contact because as soon as we went to the oddboard, we saw Philippi with a little bit of frustration and the arm off the wheel. So they've had a little bit of a set to at turn number 7, I'm thinking.
Frustration's not always fast though, that's the problem. You've got to keep the frustration down sometimes. Now, Rob Bowden, I'm just watching him, he's trying to just stay on the back of Connell, but look at this, we've got a great fight going. Really strong in the back half of the lap, but in the first half, Devjack's right on the back of him. Stacey Vickers now holding out. Is that Terry Lewis in the 29, I do believe?
Yep, so Terry's back out there after some issues earlier on in the day. So that's 13th and 14th. Is it just me? Is there an awful lot of consonants across the names in 4th and 5th with Vantagiato and Devjack?
There's a few going.
It just about covers the alphabet between those two names.
Actually having a look, they're saying the 29 is Justin Lewis, so maybe he's got into a spare car there.
Okay.
I'll have to go and check that down there tonight. Stacey Vickers obviously doing a fair bit of work behind the scenes.
Well, Justin was down in 15th in qualifying, so he might have had a drama with the car, but at the same time I thought we saw Terry have a moment and actually pull off the racetrack as well. So yeah, we'll try and get to the bottom of that tonight at the Winton team barbecue dinner.
There we go, Josh Thomas in the number 3 TFH hire entry.
These boys will be loving this.
They've said goodbye to their teammate. Yesterday he was actually our fastest qualifier. In practice,
In practice, Josh, yeah. That's after they figured out how to turn the traction control off.
And I think Brock went, oh, hang on, this is my gig, mate. You guys race TA2, this is my gig. What are you doing?
But here's two brothers racing together, nose to tail, and having a lot of fun. So there'll be a bit of spirit going on between these two. Oh, Diesel had a look down the inside. Josh actually ran it in a little bit deep. And Diesel couldn't take advantage of it because he was actually having his own moment at the same time. if he had been riding behind him, I think he might have actually got a little run up the inside to go by him.
I don't know what the weather's doing down there. It'll be great checking with our pit reporters in just a second, but
the drops are a little bit heavier.
Windscreen wipers are definitely on a few more cars at the moment. So things are evolving out there on the racetrack at the moment is probably the nicest way to put it.
The hills out the back of the circuit as the two TFH boys make a little bit of light contact off the exit of 7. The hills out the back of the circuit are a little bit murkier. It's, you can still see them, but they are a little bit more shaded in mist.
4 o'clock forecast wasn't far off, was it? Oh, I'll tell you what, let's head down to the pit lane to find out exactly what's happening down there.
I tell you what, the Formula RX-8s have got the windscreen wipers going. I feel like I need windscreen wipers down here because it is starting to get a little bit heavier. Definitely going to be changing traction conditions out here at Winton Motor Raceway.
Well,
thank you, Ken Cumulus.
I can see him with some windscreen wipers. You can see him with his windscreen wipers on his glasses. Yeah, for sure. Oh, it's good to have Jay back down there in the pits with us this weekend and doing a fantastic job. You can really see it now on the vision, though, can't you? Falling down.
No, it is definitely heavier, and even the drops here at commentary on the windows, definitely the drops are way, way bigger. Hey, Derwin's got a run here on Josh Thomas, and Diesel Thomas got by him at the same time, so it's definitely a little bit slipperier out there on track, and they will probably be more or less on a dry setup, so spring-wise, tyre pressure-wise, back on board with Philippi, and Philippi's now involved in this battle as well. So the Thomas boys are actually going back. Oh, look at the sideways. They're all getting opposite locks. So it is definitely getting greasy out there on the race circuit.
Well, they're going too wide, isn't it? And they're trying to make a bit of room here. Now, Rob Bowden, I don't think he minds a little bit of wet weather. Jeff Connell won't be as experienced in that. So this might be an advantage for Bowden to see if he can try and get himself up into second position and keep that momentum going in the championship. Look at Ivan Vardagiano trying to hold out Devjack as Devjack goes on the outside of the corner, though. That's a risk. That's a dirty area, especially with this rain falling from the sky at the moment. But he's got to run.
He's got overlap. He's got overlap.
He doesn't.
No, he didn't. Vardagiano got a little bit better drive. I thought he had overlap there for a minute, which would have given him that inside line to turn number. Where's that? Oh, that was down to 10. That was down to 10. So that was off the run from 7, 8, and 9 down to 10. So this is on the run to 11 now. So Vardagiano's done a really good job there because Devjack has got so much experience. He's raced a lot of cars over a lot of years. Hadn't raced for a while, but's come back into race with the Formula RX-8s. And as you said, Matt, he goes up and down pit lane, helping these young drivers with some driver tips and telling them what they're doing wrong. He's probably not telling them too much about what they're doing right. Yeah, I don't think he'd be telling them everything necessarily.
Well, I suppose it's a curse. It's a curse and a gift sometimes to help people out, isn't it? Here
Philippi down the inside of one of the TFH cars. I think that's Josh. So Josh hasn't driven these cars. Oh no, he did drive in practice in the wet yesterday. So it's not like he hasn't got experience with these cars, but like that's just going backwards at a big rate of knots. And the times have dropped off by about 4 to 5 seconds a lap.
But even before the rain came down, there was something effective. Let's have a look at the replay here, though. This is the pass. Philippi on the inside. Oh, he's had an excursion as well. He's gone, you know what? Off to the right, and Derwent's gone past. So Josh Thomas struggling with his car setup at the moment. He's not liking it. Even that was before the rain got heavy, too.
He's gone back to 9th. He's gone back to 9th. Vardagiano still holding off a very sideways Devjack.
Oh, Vardagiano goes wide now.
Vardagiano makes a little mistake this time. But he's still got the inside line down to 10. Get it stopped, get it turned, which he does. So this is a really, really good battle. I think the boys will be enjoying this. The lone representative out of South Australia. Now, when did we figured out where Vardagiano was earlier on. I'm pretty sure he's Estonian. I think.
Go check.
Not too many motor racing licenses have been issued out of Estonia. So
he's frantic with the windscreen wipers, though. He's got them on flat out. Devjack, not so much. So I wonder how much rain's out there, whether people are just being cautious or whether Devjack's just that calm and collected. Maybe he's got the rain X on. Whoa, they're going to move around. Be careful here, because that rubber there with those tyres will suck you in and do a lot of damage on the car.
Oh, that was one of the other things, speaking of rain. Robbie Farah, I was talking to him yesterday after the first wet practice when he went out there, and he went, you know what I learned from that one? Stay off the white lines in the wet. Yeah, no, the boy's not telling you that.
That's a road rule.
Yeah.
I don't think you need a racetrack to figure that one out.
Maybe Robbie doesn't drive himself around on the roads.
Must be nice.
Superstar, sprint car racing.
Here, look at this. Jeff Connell now under fire from Rob Bowden, who slides it out just a little bit. The number 15. He's been in the war this weekend. They did come out of 2 and sustain quite a bit of superficial damage, I suppose, on the car there. It was just a panel which they pulled out. I love the agricultural way they pulled that out too. A bit of a strap and a tow rope, and we'll yank that out. Put it all back together. Had to tape up where the mirror was, but they got that car back out. Here we go.
Jack, I think's fine. Oh, no, he has it again because Vantagiato's got the inside run down to 10 again.
How game do you want to be on braking, though?
There's a little bit of rubbing going on there. I think Ivan just rolled Jack up the hill a little bit and just made that turn into 10 a little bit later than he needed to. So he's definitely on the defensive game, trying to hold out Jack, and it's game on. It's like we're within sight of the last lap. Jack got 2 pieces of the curb there through 11. Lost a car. Jack for that 4th position.
Here we go, Rob Bowden. He's got himself another 10 corners to get this overtaking manoeuvre done if he wants to come runner-up to Brock Payne.
Payne hasn't got...
Whoa!
Oh, Payne with a massive moment. I was just about to say Payne hadn't got away from them as far as I thought he might have, but like it is definitely really, really greasy there, and I would say that just woke Brock Payne up because that was a big moment.
Well, considering he was 1.4 seconds in front after lap 1, he's only 2 seconds in front, which is just probably gone down a little bit, I think, after that slide job. Now, Bowden, where's he going to make his move as they head through those sections down the back from 7, 8, and 9? Can he find a moment coming down to 9? Can he set himself up for a run into 10? He's on the outside. He might look for the crisscross here. Looking for anywhere, but it's probably not going to help you.
It's actually a lot narrower through there off the exit than it looks. It's probably one of the narrower parts of the racetrack. So down here to 10. So in the olden days, I used to go straight ahead and turn right. This is the new extension that was done back in 1997 to create what they call the national circuit here at Winton Motor Raceway, and out to 2.999 kilometres. Let's just call it a comfortable 3. Speaking of 3s, it's the 33 out in front looking for win number what, Matt, in a row?
Win number 9 in a row. So 10 wins now out of 17 races.
Good numbers.
He has been on the podium, 17 races, he's been on the podium 16 times. Yes, it's Brock Payne with another win. Rob Bowden can't get it done over Jeff Connell, so he'll come in 3rd position. Vantagiato. That is impressive to hold out Jack. And they've gone at it for 6 laps.
And that's his first season of motor racing, full stop.
Yes. But they've gone at it for 6 laps. There's Jack behind him. What an impressive little battle they've had going on. And I think they're going to be very happy. The conditions, I think the racing line out there doesn't look too wet because cars keep going over it. It's drying out. Once you go off the racing line, we can just see that moisture appearing now. And there's enough rain.
Those on a treated tyre, it doesn't matter, it make a difference because they're already on a treated tyre.
Here we go with the results from the Formula RX8. It's Brock Payne, your winner in the 33, followed by Jeff Connell and Rob Bowden to round out your podium. Ivan Vantagiato will get a whole heap of championship points in 4th position, followed by Steve Devjack. And it's Diesel Thomas, Etten Philippi, Thomas Derwent, Liam Hall, and Josh Thomas just dropped off in the last few laps of that race in the number 3. Brett Thompson in 11th, and it's Canellis, Lewis, Spiteri, Vickers, Galla, Taylor, Silvestro, Reeves, and Simons to round out the 20. Well, interesting sort of results there. Josh Thomas probably wasn't one of the ones I expect to fall off. Possibly something in that car that he's not happy with because the rain was starting, but I wouldn't say that's why he lost the pace initially. He seemed to be struggling with that car, so we'll wait and find out. We might get a little bit more information on that later today. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, of this race number 1 for the Formula RX8. It's all thanks to TFH Hire. start. We already had the windscreen wipers on, but we weren't sure exactly how much. Ivan Vanajati got a little bit of wheel spin. The top three, well, they ran away really early in this one. Brock Payne, nice and solid there. I thought Rob Bowden might have been able to get the nose on Jeff Connell, but that wasn't going to happen. 2 TFH boys, well, they were having a great time. Thomas just got that, well, Josh just got that, I should say.
So Philippi went off in the opening exchange there, carrying our onboard camera, so he came back on and rejoined and was pretty lucky not to collect Derwent right about there, so he gained that position. And then they would have a little exchange a little bit later on in the race as the rest of the field were trying to sort themselves out through the opening sequence of corners. Here's the Derwent-Philippi situation that had Ayrton in the 46 with his hand up. There it is. What was that all about?
They managed to correct that. So
I don't know what to do with my hands.
There won't be any issue later on. And this was when we saw Josh Thomas in the number 3 just starting to struggle, and well, he got a little bit of excursion there at that point. Probably the safest point. I don't think they made contact.
He sort of ran out of track there, but yeah, I think they could have gone through there side by side. Oh, the 17 with a moment. So yes, the 17 of Simmons did make it back out there with the engine change. However, it was facing the wrong direction.
That's not the way you want to be, no. Rob Bowden had a nice hard charge at the end, but he wasn't going to get done over Jeff Connell. Brock Payne come home with the win in the 33. It was Connell and Rob Bowden. A fantastic finish to race number 1 of the Formula RX8s. They've got the umbrellas up. Let's get down to our pit lane right now.
Well, like I mentioned earlier, Formula RX8 had the windscreen wipers on. I need the windscreen wipers here, and by the sounds of it, Brock Payne needed front brakes for the last 4 laps.
Yeah, I don't know what happened then. The car felt good until about, the 5th, 6th lap, and then the pedal just started going right to the floor and it started to lock the rears, so I'm not sure what's going on there, but I had to back it right off, and I was thankful Bowden kept Connell busy and I could afford to back it off a bit, but no, it was a great race. Lucky it didn't rain too much, but no, fantastic result.
Great stuff. Over to you, Mel.
Jeff Connell, great race at the end there for P2. How were the conditions?
Yeah, really tough. Like, it was every lap, every corner was changing, so you'd almost forget what you did the lap before. You'd just put your foot on the brake and try and read it and read the tyre underneath you. So it was pretty hard, yeah.
And it looks like it's getting worse now. Is it different every lap?
Yeah, different every lap. It was getting worse, but different parts of the track were worse, and yeah, it's pretty crazy. But we survived, and probably helped having Brock in front. I could gauge, his corner entry to the conditions. So yeah, we hung on. Yeah.
Yeah, you kept Jeff behind you. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
With Rob Bowden taking out 3rd place for the 2nd time today, and this rain kept everyone on their toes. You kept Connell very, very busy, so thanks are in order from Brock Payne to you.
Yeah, that's all good. I didn't think the rain was as bad as it was getting, and I looked down at the lap times and we're like 4 seconds lap slower, so I was definitely doing something. Trying to judge myself on what Brock was doing. Every time he hit a painted line and started sliding, I backed off a little bit because I thought that could be me at any moment. So great battle with Jeff there. Yeah, he didn't make any mistakes, so it made it really hard to pass him. So, but yeah, no, really, really happy to be up here.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, mate.
Appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
Well, Rob Bowden, he said he wanted to talk to J-Mac down the pit lane, so he came 3rd instead of 2nd. There we go. Oh, those guys are a great bunch of guys. We've got the Super TTs not too far away. We're going to get one more ad break in, and we'll be back with some more action. Well, the conditions have come. They're already sliding out in the background. Look at them warming up the tyres. I feel like I'm at a drift meet there as they're just scrubbing some rear tyres. This one's going to be super interesting as the track's slowly getting a little bit moist out there, and we'll wait and see how this all unfolds here this afternoon. The Australian Super TTs, yes, the Tim Tops, they're back to do it once again. It's going to be race number 2. Matty Sims in that BMW. Well, it was messy the start of last race, and it was dry.
Yeah, I'm just so if they've stayed on a slick tyre, it's at that really difficult junction. If you've got a wet, do you go to a wet? For the treaded tyre classes, it isn't a problem, but for the slick tyre classes as part of the Super TT category, you're right at that sort of do we, don't we, and we're about to find out.
Matty Sims will lead us off with Glenn Postlethwaite alongside. Then it's Corey Gillette and Ryan Bell, Michael Ricketts and Stuart Gamble on the third row, Damien Hunter and Timothy Maynard on the fourth, and Merrick Maloof will be there alongside Mick Pickett. And it's Paul Nutt and Laurel Ball, Brent Edwards and Colin Bow. Make it out there because we didn't see him come out in that first race. Now, it's going to be super interesting. We're not going to muck around too. We're going to get this race started because the rain's coming down and this is our final race of the day. So let's see how exciting as possible. We get a lot of rear-wheel drive cars in this field, which means I'm going to love it from an excitement perspective. Let's get these lights out and let's go racing for race number 2 of the Australian Super TTs here this week. And oh, look at them moving already from the BMW. Sims is Gillette, well, he's loose all the time in the S13, so nothing's going to happen there. He's going to go nowhere.
Commodore is just exit oversteer, lit the rears up. Bell, he was looking at the race lead in the Nissan, so the lower horsepower cars on treaded tyres, I reckon this really comes into their advantage. Sims tried to get the power down and it just lit up the rears conservatively. If that's a decent LS and it's 500.
Near him. Yeah, well, he's going to be sideways across the whole track in a second. We've seen how much Ryan Bell, he's going to take a dive down the inside in the 370.
He should be able to get the power down there and he's going to go through to the lead. So lower horsepower, later model car with traction control and a few other added big features like the Mustang. And the Nissan should have traction control, I would have thought.
The Renault Clio in the background as well. Look at that making its way up to third now.
The Renault from nowhere up to third.
Have you listened to that?
The Renault Clio.
It is very angry.
It is angry.
It's an angry Clio. Yes, it is.
And in the wet here at the moment, it is a very, very quick little Clio. I thought Michael Ricketts might be a factor here with the Nissan, but it just might have a little bit too much horsepower. Oh, let's talk about four-wheel drive with an Audi TT, shall we? Dan Natoli. Advantage Dan Natoli.
No, he's made a massive, already up, is he past 10? Yes, he's up to 9 at the moment, and he started out at 15.
Oh, Ricketts has gone around in front of the field. Get on the brakes, Mike. Oh, Edwards had to go to the grass. Natoli avoided him as well, so that was between 11 and 12. Thankfully, he didn't roll back any further because that was going to be right into the path of the following vehicle. So, that was understeer. That was huge amounts of understeer for the tyre power Commodore. So, Bell out in front in the Nissan. You don't see very often a Renault Clio in between a Commodore and a Mustang. Although the rear wing on the Clio is impressive. Nearly as big as the Commodore.
I'm not surprised. I would have thought the Mustang possibly with everything, all the features, if they're turned on, would probably be a little bit clearer.
You're drifting. The tyre power Commodore's doing a really good job at the moment.
Well, yeah, he's not carrying a lot of angle, but I tell you what, he's holding on to it. He's definitely holding on to it. He is clenching in there. I'll tell you what, to hold on to that seat at the moment.
So, Damien Hunter in the little Clio up to second. Now, under 2 litre class, I don't know if that's on a treaded tyre or a slick.
Let's have a look at a replay here. We saw Michael Ricketts go round the young car wash entry. He's just done that on his own. Look, very good avoidance from everyone to make nothing.
He got the curb, so he's got a heap of the curb through into 9, and it's just unsettled it and unloaded it and rotated. But yeah, as you said, Matt, really good job from those following guys to avoid him.
Yes, and Ossaway's still out there. The Renault Clio has gone away. He is in second position at the moment, the under class.
Over the last 18 months, we've been following Super TT across last year's championship and this year. Has Ryan Bell won a race in Super TT?
He's had
when you've gone up against the LSs of Gillett and Edwards with the Turbo 6 and things like that. Yeah,
I don't remember him winning. I remember some great battles between him and Michael Ricketts, and that going down to the wire, but I don't remember him winning an overall race.
Okay, so watch this space, and Dan Natoli is flying in the Audi TT. So the only one faster on track than him at the moment is Bell and actually Hunter in the little Clio. Everyone in front of him is a second or two slower per lap, and he's going to, nearly, he's trying to go by Gillett, who's still got a little bit of horsepower in a straight line. So Dan Natoli on a bit of a charge here. So that's an Australian Production Championship spec car, races with the Queensland Production Car Championship. Dan with a lot of experience in motor racing, probably over the last 30 odd years, I'd say, as well. And they do a really good job in what is quite a unique little race car. 4-wheel drive, 5-cylinder turbocharged, manual shift, still in the centre console, it's not a paddle shifter. So Gillett's got his mirrors full of Audi at the moment. So Sims is holding on. He's got, Edwards has come back from about 13th. So he's in not too bad a position, 7th and 8th on track there at the moment. So Sims doing all he can to keep the BMW V8 power down.
I get the sense that the rain has eased a little bit.
Yeah,
there's not a lot of windscreen wiper motion going on, only in a couple of cars, and some of these big horsepower cars now are holding out cars that were catching them at a rate of knots.
Yeah, well, Sims has just gone back by Natoli, so a bit of a straight line advantage there for the LS shed powered BMW. I was just literally thinking that at the same time, Matt, that it looks like it has lightened up. And in fact, there's actually blue sky out to our left, back, sort of heading back towards, I think, every corner the Commodore was drifting sideways. It still is a little bit, but not as bad as it was earlier on. So definitely drying out there. So can Bell hang on with 3 laps left to go? He's got a 7.5 lead over now. What will be a very, very quick V8 powered Commodore chasing him down. There's the gap. There's the gap, and it's shrinking. Postlethwaite just set the fastest lap of the race at a 140.4940. So this will just be a matter of, can the Commodore get to the Nissan out in front over the next sort of 2.5 to 3 laps?
Bell will be ringing the weather gods. Just one more quick
rain, damn it. Rain, damn it.
One more quick wave of rain is all I need. Don't let him get too much traction. The Mustang falling back, though, into the clutches of Corey Gillette and the S13 now, and Edwards, too, with the turbocharged Falcon starting to work his way back through.
It's definitely blowing a bit more smoke, so I don't know what the issue was for Brett. We'll find out tonight before we go racing back tomorrow and try and catch up with him down
we've got a safety car. I can see the signs out, and there we go. It's a 69 car. Malouf's gone off, and he is beached.
Definitely is buried big time.
I don't know if he's made contact with the wall because it's nose first, but the Hyundai safety cars come out, and considering our time frame, I don't know what that's going to do to the race either.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of work to extract it, so
all our crew are on there fairly quickly. So
unfortunately for Malouf, so it's happened at the right end of the racetrack because they've basically come straight off pit lane. There's actually a little recovery area. Is that a burnout pad down here in front of us?
Oh, I don't know what it's used for.
But there's a couple of the rescue vehicles, and our big screen is down there as well. So I think that's where that recovery vehicle just came from. So it was relatively close to where that car went off.
Probably very similar to there's not too many racetracks, I suppose, where you have the safety people on the inside where they can get to them so quickly. It's one of those great racetracks like that.
This is our first safety car today.
Yeah, but the problem is safety cars breed safety cars. Luckily, it's the final race of the day, so as long as overnight they calm down, it'll be fine.
All good. Well, yeah, Bell's going, damn the safety car.
it's that, or he's going, can we finish under safety car?
He had 7 seconds and a fast-closing Commodore with just a couple of laps left to go here, so He'll be like, yeah, just take as long as you can with the extraction, Winton recovery team. I'm in position number 1, and I will take this win like this. I do not care.
The loose out.
That was a quick recovery. That was a lot quicker than I thought.
This car around, how they'll position him in the restart, and how quickly they want to get this race back underway, because Postlethwaite's going, let me at it before the BMW gets to me.
Bell's going, I don't want to restart. Lights are out on the safety car.
No,
Lights are out. We are going back green.
Around.
We're going back green. Bell's like, oh man.
The lights are out. Recovery is away.
So two laps scheduled. Will it be a 2-lap or 1-lap run? We haven't heard from race control, but needless to say, it's going to end here fairly quickly, but it will be a restart. Lights are out on the Hyundai i30N safety car. A couple of giant-killing performances in the wetter conditions earlier on in the race. Damien Hunter really impressive in the little Renault Clio. As we go green, Bell will lead them down. He sets the pace to the control line, and he's set it down pretty slow.
Is that a final lap board out as well? This is going to be the final lap. One to go.
Lap. We just got the call as Postlethwaite goes to the outside through 1. Gets the lead back off Bell.
Just like that. Look at Matty Sims too.
Sims, he's coming from nowhere as well.
Gillette as well. That's brought him back into it. Edwards, the cable sauce Falcon. These 4 little under 2 litre cars. They've had a massive advantage. Bell obviously in the over 2 litre, but having a fantastic run in that 370. But these drier conditions not helping him out. Look at the pace of the V8 powered BMW. He's pushing through Postlethwaite. He's just hoping he's got enough gap over Matty Sims. Got to get through that section though. It's 7, 8 and 9. Once he gets out of there, it's probably going to be a similar horsepower game at this point. I don't think it's going to be dry enough just to put the accelerator all the way to the floor. If you get offline, you can see Gillette just getting a little bit loose there as well. The Clio really holding him out.
Yeah, Sims was still struggling with power down as well. The back of that car was moving around. So it's status quo with the big fast boys at the front. The little Clio's getting picked off by horsepower in a straight line. Again, that wisp of smoke from the back of Edwards' car continues on. I think we saw a bit of that at the previous round at the Bend in South Australia as well.
Yeah, we did. Let's get it down to why that's doing that, whether it's just breathing heavy, possibly. Sometimes under braking. But the final corner here, as we come on to the main straight, the checkered flag out. Postlethwaite will get the win over Matt Sims this time. Unfortunately for Ryan Bell, he's back to 3rd position. Corey Gillette will hold out Brent Edwards for 4th. And then we go back to the Audi doing a fantastic one. Let's have a look at the results very quickly here. For the Australian CVTT, it's Postlethwaite over Sims and Bell, Gillette, Edwards, Natali, Hunter, Gamble, Ricketts and Maynard for your top 10. A fantastic day here at Winton Motor Raceway for round number 5 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We'll be back tomorrow.